Let's click it on. Let's do it. Let's do it. Got some sleep. Let's rock and roll. Terminal. All right, audio is working. So, just trying to push this weekend. I don't know how much time I have. I'm sure I at some point have to participate in with my family. This weekend I put a lot of time into this code, um, which has been good progress. Now, let me kind of review and kick off. I don't want to do massive review. So we're zooming in onto the Chatfield side quest firstly, and Chatfield is the first proper code that's kind of working, or proper package, and that is being able to define this data model and have it all chat with you. I say it all. Chatfield is ideally a Python and TypeScript open source software package that you can use to just say, here's what I want to know, here's some information about it, and it's going to Chatfield will tell you what to say to your user, and then it will also populate this form as the user speaking to Chatfield. So it's a really nice way to say, here's all the information that I want, and here's how I want it presented to me, and so on. Very fun. Okay. All this stuff works. You can have Chatfield typecast everything for you and all this stuff. I have literally okay, I think that's enough. Again, the purpose of these YouTube videos is I want to document just every keystroke. I don't prepare these YouTube videos, document me doing any preparation. So it's Zoom professional standards rather than YouTube professional standards, which is to say, just log in, record it, and get the job done. So let's get the job done. So that means what I want to do is finish up. I was doing tons of work. Yeah. What's going on here? Whew, it was like a dream. I was like half awake when I wrote this. I have to build a new tool system. Oh, I was really looking forward to this today. Now that I'm not exhausted, I was looking forward to this. Is a fix that should go in. This is a fix that should go in. I'd like to get in there. I think it might be fun if we look at the. I mean, it might be fun to do, and also it's going to be a really serious improvement to the way things work right now. I'll come to that in just a second. These tools. Yeah, bind an LLM. Possibly add a system prompt to tell them to use the tools. Yes. Remember, all fields are mandatory in this situation. Thank you, Jason. Okay. Wonderful. I kind of almost want to just jump in right here on this interviewer. Let me think. Oh, let's open some code, huh? Oh, ignore EOF with this thing, just in case. Now, and then the thing was, I set up something to make Claude Code check for Python, check for virtual environment. It seemed not to work whatsoever, but that's okay. I could start, whatever. Okay. So we're good. Claude Code, or Visual Studio Code is open. Everything's named Code. VS Code, Claude Code. Okay. Oh my God, it was a blur. I wrote this whole new property last night. Okay. I feel like a young man. I woke up this morning and I don't remember the night before, and there's just all this evidence of, you know, uh, there's all this evidence of, activity. It's funny. This is totally awesome. It was a massive scope creep to add these confidential fields in. I may have said this reviewing last time. It was massive scope creep to review these confidential fields. Or excuse me, to add these confidential fields, but I love it. I totally love it. And these conclude fields. Huge like bear trap that I stepped in and got stuck implementing them. However, I feel good for the like velocity of the project because there's no like hard deadline. A lot that would be completely improper to build something like this the day of trying to get it in JavaScript, but that's fine. We're what did I say? We're soaking in the warm waters. We're relaxing in the warm waters of open source here. So this whole confidential and conclude thing came, and then I was basically starting to build the system prompt for confidential and conclude. See how we're doing? Yes, open source. So, really cool. And then I remember I could barely code. I was writing like, no tricks, no list comprehensions. I could not think. I was just like, okay, if not. This is about the most sophisticated, you know, uh, conceptual processing I could do last night. If, back to basics. It was nice. It feels good. I've been doing that my whole life. Stuff like that. Okay. Now what? It's a normal field. Totally awesome. Whew, enough. All right, now what? The interviewer here. So here's my diffs. Oh yeah, I was running things extensively in the debugger with F5. Totally. Okay. So this is cool. So the digest is happening. You know what I could even try? User input is I am vegan. So you strip it. Yeah, let's do this. So if I right, something like that. Pardon me. I'm just going to make this whole script run completely automatic for now. I have this powerful Claude Code and all this, and I'm just back to by hand, little scripts, but that's okay. So that now if I hit F5, it should actually run the whole. Ooh, is it? Oh, it does it does activate. Yep. Oh, so I have to press return. Yes. Yay. So what I did is I modified this. So if I press return, or I could, I guess, do like this, huh? Actually, this would be better. Let's move it here and do it like that, right? Like that. That would be totally automatic. So now I'm hands-free. It's just going to say I am vegan, and then I don't really have any structure for doing, a whole conversational thread, but this is fine. Right, so I'm completely hands-off. So it's said is a valid field, garden salad. Wonderful. So what's happening here is that from having found these fields, it's going to say, well, now we've got, more. Like if I pause here on this spec definition, confidential field already defined, so skip it. Right, this thing is super bad. So then if I play, right, hurry. So the hurry field, let's go look at our data model. So the hurry field, what are my confidentials and what are my, so we could sort of, I'm going to do something like this. So starter, main, and dessert, right? And then let's just move hurry. right? And then I'm going to take hurry again, and I'm going to make it be polite. Um, uh, politeness, right? Right. So instead of as bool, we'll do as percent. So I'll get a percent of politeness. Like, yes, it, from. Let's say diner like that. It's a little cheeky. I'm not. Okay. So, level of politeness from the diner. Okay. I think that's good. And so that's going to be, so confidential is hurry. And then politeness is, what do you call it? Conclude, right? Confidential and conclude. Huh? And I want it as a percent. Yeah, we'll do like that, huh? Seems fine. Or dot conclude. Can I do like that? Nah, I don't know. Okay, we'll keep that. So politeness and hurry will both be like offline. So I should see hurry and politeness at the end of my conversation. That's why I did that. Let's rerun it. What's a shortcut to stop? I need to learn the shortcut to stop. Shift F5. Boom, boom. Oh, good. Shift F5, F5. Brilliant. Okay. Sorry, totally just zoned out and sent a text message. I apologize. Okay. So the reason I was excited about this tool call stuff is because it's always been basically a mistake to define all of this in initialization time. I never really liked it. Um, so I'm kind of glad to sort of kind of re-implement it, move it over. It should really be as much as possible sort of computed and just in time at the last minute before sending to the LLM because potentially anything could change. That's the thought. Okay. So the Alice, the Bob. Okay. So if I'm gonna move it, right? So two things need to happen. Um, Two things need to happen, of course, because of LangGraph. You got to set up the tools on LangChain, and you have to set up the tools on LangGraph in the graph as a graph node or whatever they say. Probably need more tools. Yes, we do. Updates worth saving. Updates worth saving, but it's not yet valid. Yeah, I know. So this is the entire tool. I almost feel like I should call this whole wrap. Ooh, look at this wrapper. Deep diff command. The problem is you have to pass this tool. These tool logs is calculated. Oh dear, this is kind of bad. Okay, yeah. This is kind of bad. I think I know. Okay. Basically, the problem is this tool node is this is basically running. This is a tool node. You know, I should actually kind of keep it open, keep it logging. There's the tool call ID. Something like that. Come here. Tool. So that's a tool node, you know. In fact, I almost want to run it. Let me see if I can, just like this. Return self.tool wrapper. State, tool call ID, keyword args. Yeah, totally. And then can I just, yeah, exactly. You're gonna state, tool call ID, as a string, and then keyword arguments. Okay, I think that'll work. Let's see if that works. Returns a command. Does it? So this is a node now, effectively. So tool interview. So let's just move this whole implementation over. Right, is that gonna work? Deep diff, return command, all that. Boom. Let's see if I can move this out of here. Tool wrapper, deep diff, command, return. So this function here, let's see if I can just move it out. No, so there's initialize. Digest, that's kind of gross. I'll just put the tool wrapper here. So instead of a tool wrapper, let's say tool call, huh? Stop it. Tool call ID, tool call ID, tool call scheme. Yeah, let's call it tool call, huh? Instead of self.tool wrapper. It's no longer a tool wrapper. Come here. It's no longer a wrapper. This function's the wrapper. So we'll just say tool call. Okay. Cool. So the only problem, here's my problem. We're about to dynamically compute. I guess I could define this tool. I was going to say we're about to dynamically compute all the fields. But I don't know if that's true. The question is, could I define a tool wrapper? So this tool wrapper, the problem is this tool wrapper only supports these args and these, whoo, it's a huge loop. These args are just the fields, right? So every field, and then we're skipping concludes, of course, and confidentials and all that. I don't like all this .get stuff. I'm sick of all of this. Let's let it throw. If it's not going to throw. Confidential. Okay. Sick of all that .get code. It looks ugly. Look, here it is again. Field metadata. Let's just get the cast. It should all be initialized. That's what initialization is for. And then I'm doing this JavaScript-y thing. Don't like it. Okay. So, string float list. Oh, I see. These are what is this choice thing? Choose. Oh yeah, choose stuff. That was insane. Whoo, all that. I know what I'm thinking. I think I needed different tools. I think I need a different tool defined for those confidential ones. Right. So, or sorry, confidential. If it is confidential. Yeah, confidential goes in the tool call. Conclude does not. I know what I'm saying. I know the problem. I know the problem. So my problem right now is the tool call, like, what am I, if this thing's gonna call tools, let's just go look at the restaurant order. Okay. So here's the point. If they say hurry, if the diner says hurry, then hurry will be populated, and therefore it should not be mentioned as a tool for the LLM to summarize, because we're doing summary, or we're doing wrap up, right? We're doing the end of conversation sort of logic. And so all concludes are always in the schema, but these confidentials are not. I think I know what to do as maybe a less optimized. At first I thought, let's put it all in one tool call, let the LLM, write it all out in one go. But that'll be kind of a lot of optimization logic for me to work through and debug and stuff like that. I'd love to do it in a perfect world, but instead, I think I know what I can do. I can say, hey, you can use the existing tool calls. You must use tool calls to populate all, all null confidential fields now. And that it can use existing tool calls. So that's one round trip, right? That's one round trip. So then it can populate all, I can just tell it maybe with a system prompt, like, you must populate field hurry and, any other basically null confidentials. Also, then it should have a whole new, separately, it should have a whole new, what am I trying to say? Like, round trip to populate all conclude fields. That's the point. Okay. That's the point. So, right. So with that optimization, what happens is I got to put a little more complexity into I got to make the code kind of loop twice and do these two circumstances. But what I don't have to do is build an entire new tool, is build too much complexity, making it do this in structuring the prompt, as it were, for the LLM to get all this in one go. So we'll do that. That could also be done in, it could never be structured that way. Yes, my understanding is, rather than having to sort of merge, merge in the null confidential fields and all conclude fields, I should never have to do that ever. I believe I should be able to tell LangGraph, go to two nodes, and each node will do that. And they can call the LLM effectively, like in parallel, concurrently. And then both of those could populate. That should be the logic. Okay. And my, in principle, my reducer, the reducer will merge that all in. So let's go. So what that means is, and the reason this is all happening is basically my problem that I'm facing right this second. If we go back to let's see, but what did I say? Def tool wrapper, right? Tool call. So this is that generic tool call. Yeah. Let me move this to do. It's fine. Okay. So these are all the tool arguments, right? We're going to have an injected state. We're going to have an injected ID. So here's where we make a tool node. The thing is, so here's my problem, right? We compile the graph. We can't make a dynamic tool, or we can't make a new tool node with, let's see, tools available. Yeah. Oh, it's not exactly a node. I guess it's a node. I don't know. Add node. Yeah. Um, so it makes a node here with these tools available. So this tool wrapper here is, let me rename it. This will be like, what is that? Populate tool wrapper, right? Def tool wrapper. So it's a tool. What's the tool name? What's the tool name? Aha. Good. Update. Yeah. You know what I want to do? Instead of underscore name, let's call it like, what would it be? It'd be like a variable name, right? Like safe name or identifier. Not underscore ID. Would underscore ID work? That'll work. Let's do that. Underscore ID is not a thing, right? Underscore ID is totally not a thing. Self.underscore interview. I'm just going to let that throw, and then one day I'm going to fix it. I think. And for interview. So if we go def, stop it, def underscore name. Here it is. Yep. Yeah. Return, right. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Is that it? Self.name. That's, no, let's not do lower. I don't care about that. So we're just going to replace. We're going to use regular expressions. Let's go see if import my favorite. Off we go, please. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Substitute. Whoa, thank you. Remove. Collapse multiple underscores. Remove leading and trailing underscores. If not name, throw. Oh, interview. Whoa. Thank you. Good code. Okay. That's kind of what I was thinking, unless there's a package out there. I'm sure there's a package that does something better. Okay. Return this interview data as a valid identifier. Okay. So let's not lowercase it. We're just gonna, what is that? Replace white space with underscore. Remove non-alphanumeric or underscore characters. Collapse multiple underscores. Awesome. Remove leading trailing white space. We can do it like this, huh? Or interview. Yeah. We can do like that. Okay. Cool. So that's underscore ID. And so what that's going to do is, this is a bug I had last night. So now I can get back to, here's the point. I can get back to, yay, I can get back to normal, in principle. Space not supported. It just quietly works. Yep. There's going to be some bugs where I need to call underscore ID now. But this is awesome. All right. Good. And so where is that? Underscore ID. Thank you. Let's maybe break here also. Okay. So it's going to say update restaurant order or something like that. Tool description, record valid information. Record valid information shared, disclosed. About the interview name. No thanks. What is this? Skip. Okay. Always call this tool at most. Oh yeah. Record valid information. Right. Okay. We'll keep that. So here's the point. All concludes are going to need their own tool call. That's the point. Each field will take a dictionary. So this tool call args schema. Yeah, see, here's the fields. Right, and if it's conclude, so this is what's wrong. Conclude args schema. That's what needs to happen. Each field will take a dictionary argument. Okay, so now if it's confidential, that's fine. In fact, like all of this could just comment, we could just comment all this out is confidential. Yep. Now, conclude is a little different. So we do all the casts. Let's get all the casts working. This is awesome. So we'll move conclude. Okay, so we get the field metadata, casts, prompt, results, all that, definition, the conversation context. Oh yeah, I removed that out. The doc string of the field. Now here's a field definition. Aha. And then here we are. Is conclude, right? So let's do this, right? So we'll say the args schema. So we'll say arg schema is this value here. It'll be like this. We're going to split this out. Arg schema. So that'll be this arg schema. And the reason is now I get to decide, is it one of the normal fields or is it one of these conclude fields? So it's going to basically work like this, right? If it's conclude, then we go into the conclude is args field schema. Yes, yes. Else, that's the point. Yeah, yeah. Tool call args. Okay. So what that's going to do, I'll just write it down. Argument either, make this argument either. Oh, there's a little problem. There's a little problem. I need to, about optional or mandatory. Okay, let me just, so make this argument either one of the optional normal field populators or a, make this argument, let me see, this argument must belong either to the normal tool call or for the conclusion. Yes, exactly. That's more or less what I'm thinking. Okay. So is conclude needs to kind of move up a little. Let's move it way up, way up, way up. For field name, we'll put it here. Field metadata. Yeah, we'll put it here. Let's just get rid of is confidential. I'm confident about that. I'm confident about confidential. Out, 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 out. Don't care. Okay, cool. Cool. I do this is format. I ever since I learned Ruby, you do that in Ruby, and it means it's a Boolean. And it's so nice to have a little question mark, a little symbol, a little mark, a suffix to indicate the type. And so ever since then, I do is underscore just to remind myself it's a Boolean about something being true or not. Okay. And I write a lot of C-style snake case rather than camel case, I'm sure. It doesn't matter. Okay. So here's the point. It's either optional or mandatory. If it concludes are all mandatory, that's the point. So where does that happen? If it's a choice, this is casting. See this cast type. If it's multi. Oh, if it's nullable. Right. Quote docstring. So here's the field definition. So there's the name. Docstring. Yeah. What is this field docstring? Is that just it? Whoa. Whoa. So all undefined confidential. Oh, right. Let's get rid of that. Just want to tighten it up. One line of code at a time. Do it like that. Okay. Okay. So the field name, docstring, fine. Oops, comma. Then, right. These are always defined and returned by the LLM. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. So then here's the cast definitions for my whole field. Okay, so this is fine. This is all fine. The question is this whole thing optional or not? And that's where this goes. Oh, easy. So the field definition's already been done. The arg schema is either making it optional or not, right? Oh, easy. So it's more like this, right? Easy. So if it's like this, the arg schema is optional, or actually it doesn't even matter, right? Optional for the field definition. Weird. Okay. Tool call like that. We're not going to have arg schema. And then just like this. Right. Exactly. Mandatory. Optional, right? Okay. This argument must belong to you. Okay, so I think that's how that works. So the point is, if it's a conclude field, if it's a field with a conclude flag, then conclude args, it goes into the arg schema for the conclude tool call here in a second. And by field name, and then it's mandatory because we just drop in the field definition. Now that mandatory field could have optional subcomponents, such as, optional, like this optional nullable set stuff, all totally fine. So it's a mandatory field with optional subcomponents. Cool. Then, so here's the next thing, right? We probably do need more tools. So let me change this tool args, right? Create model tool args. I don't know if these tool args are seen, but that's fine. Args schema. Tool args. So this is the, well, let's go find it. What's the name of this tool? There it is, tool description. Tool _ DESC. Where did that come from? That's it. It's defined on line 127. Line 127 defines tool description. Line 237 references it. And that's the entire. Okay, what about tool name? Right, same with tool name. Is it helpful at all to mention the tools in the system prompt? No idea. Tool name. Okay. Define the tools used in the graph. We'll keep that. Each field will take a dict argument pertaining to it. I know what I'm trying to say. Schema maps field names to in this case, a dict yeah, etc. Okay, that's a good comment. So now with that comment, I'm just going to remove all this code. So we're going to define the tools used in the graph. The schema maps, blah, blah, blah. off we go. So there's the names, fields, blah, blah, blah. So then what? So now way down here, what was it? Tool name, here, tool args, tool name. Let's put it here, huh? Okay. Right. So tool name that's a different function. This tool name is literally only used once. I like it. I like it though. It kind of clarifies for me, so that's fine. So let's say there's a tool name. It's called update underscore your thing, because what's going to happen is I'm going to have conclude, right? Conclude, or summarize, right? Conclude. Yeah. I'm going to have another tool name called conclude. This is the point. The code's going to look kind of like this. The update tool, right? And the conclude tool. Yay, we're getting 2 tools. Tools available. Right, tool wrapper. So this tool wrapper needs to be update wrapper. Fine. And then this one will be conclude wrapper. I spelled wrapper with an R. Conclude wrapper. Then what? Keyword args. So then, right. Let's try this. Conclude tool. Let's try that. State, tool, keyword args. Okay. So this arg schema is definitely wrong. Conclude tool args, right? And then this one, let's generalize it up, right? So this is going to be update tool args, right? Okay. Not bad. Pass the state, pass the tool call, keywords, conclude tool, overwrite the tool name. That's fine. Gonna call conclude. So then what are we missing? Underscore tool name. Missing something, right? Update wrapper. Description is tool description, so that's bad. Where'd that come from? Here. I think that works. So the update tool. So there's the description. So what about these arguments? We're creating a model. We're passing in. So we're really just creating a model. We're passing in. So this is the update tool args, right? Update tool args. And this is update tool args. Let's keep everything parallel. So the state, the tool call ID, and then the tool call args schema. Stop it. Tool call args schema. Right, and then the conclude args schema. Okay, so the update tool. That's the description. By the Bob about the interview. Here's the args. Making a model. It takes the state, it takes the tool call ID, and then there's the tool call args schema. Its name is going to be this update thing. Put that there. That's kind of nice. And then here we define it. And we pass in this update tool args type, I guess, schema. That's decorating this wrapper. This wrapper will call self.toolCall. So then same code, conclude tool. Yes, thank you. So we'll do the same thing. Take the tool name, we'll take the tool description. Tool name, tool description. So that's conclude. So record all, record all information. Let's see. Record all information let's see, it's a conclude tool call, right? Record all remaining information from the conversation with, record all remaining information based on the record, let's see, record, like, what am I trying to say? Summary or synthesis? Record synthesizing or record summary or conclusions about key information based on the conversation. Conversion. Fine. It's not a great prompt, but fine. Oh, record summary or conclusions about key information. Summary or conclusions of what is it? Mandatory required information. Record summary and conclusions for key required fields. I guess I'll just say, right? Fields of the, like, record summary and conclusions for key required information about the blah based on, stop it, F quote, based on the, with the Bob. Okay, let's try that. I don't know. Let's try that. I don't know. Record summary and conclusions for key required information. Let's do this. Record key required information about, based on, by summarizing, by reflecting, summarizing, synthesizing, or recalling relevant, right, any relevant conversation by summarizing, synthesizing, Oxford comma, or recalling, stop it, any, the conversation so far with the Bob. Okay, let's try that. Okay. Record key required information about the interview by summarizing, synthesizing, or recalling the conversation so far with the Bob. Okay, so that's the conclude helper name, tool name. That's its description. So there we go. Yes. So these are the conclude tool args. So we got to make that now. Let's go make that update. So let's make that. So that's the description. Tool arg schema. There's the tool arg schema. Tool description. Oh, conclude, update, conclude. Conclude tool args. It gets a state. It also has a tool call ID, and then rather than the tool call arg schema, we get a conclude arg schema. Yes, yes, yes. So that's how that works. So the conclude tool is going to have a name. There's the description telling the LLM all of these, and then it's going to have the arguments like this, which is the state, the tool call ID, and then the schema. That schema comes from up here, And the fields are all mandatory. They accumulate into this dictionary here, and they're mandatory. So then update wrapper. So the update wrapper has been defined, and then instead of tool calls, oh no, that's the update wrapper. This is the conclude wrapper. So here's the point. For the tools available, here's the point, is the bindings might be different, right? So LLM with tools, you see? So if we go, you know, so this tool's available. Yeah, so here's where the LLMs work. So this is LLM with tools, self.lm with conclude, let's just say. Right, exactly. And then what is this? Yeah, update wrapper. And then LM with both. Let's just say this is not going to scale well. Yeah, exactly. The update wrapper and the conclude wrapper. So the only thing now to do is go implement this conclude tool. And it's going to be very, very similar to the tool call here. In fact, instead of tool call, let's just say update tool. So tool call, let's just stop my thing. Okay, so def tool call. Okay, so this will be the update tool now. Okay. And then we'll call it that. Update tool. We'll say it like that, right? That's fine. Hey, give me a node thing. Tool message? Yikes. Oh, it returns this big command. So what is it doing that's different? Because the thing is, on my side, yeah, what is this pre-interview model? Oh, yeah. It's doing all sorts of diffs. This shouldn't... Oh, I see. Let me tighten this up, huh? Types change, valid change. That's for the... Yeah, I think that's fine. Okay. Yeah. Interview. Okay. So what goes in there? What's going on? So the update tool. Pre-interview model, fine. Oh, look at that process. So it really does. Oh, it really does wrap it. Yeah. I forgot. This process tool input just receives everything. So that's nice. So we don't quite. So this is a more generic tool. Let me just undo. It's basically not bad. Data diff. Yeah, that's fine. So let's call it like run tool. Let's call it that, run tool, right? And it receives all these keyword arguments. And so let's just say that's the tool node, basically. Pull the interview, pull the pre, try to run process tool input on the interview. And then if it works, we just return this command, huh? Yeah, I think that's fine. That's pretty cool. So we're not going to need another node, I don't think. So this is run tool. Run tool. So the update is just going to run the tool. It's going to pass in all the keyword arguments. The conclude tool will also just call that run tool. Cool. So they both run the same ultimate method. It's just that they all have, the point is they all have different args schema. And so these keyword args come in differently. And the point is I just want to consolidate it back to my run tool method, and that's going to wrap and just try catch and return a command if it works. That's totally awesome. So I think that's good. So that means this run tool is right. So then this LM with tools, LLM with conclude, I'm basically not going to use an LLM with both. So the only thing now, let me think, if I say, so what was that node? Digest, right? Yeah, digest. So this needs to change a little bit. Yeah, these tool calls is no longer a problem. That was the advantage I got out of this. Don't need that. Here, have to build a new tool system. It's still not perfect and generic as I want it, but it's okay. For today, it's fine. Bind the raw LLM to it. Yeah, I know. Possibly add a system prompt to tell them to use the tools. Yeah, totally. So we're not doing fields. We're not doing Chatfield specs. This is done. Conclude, that's done. This field definition, done. Done. What is this? Confidential. I don't really care. So all undefined confidential fields and all conclude fields must go to the LLM now. Field definition, don't care. Don't care. Digest args, don't care. So this is interesting. So the system message to make conclusions. You have successfully gathered enough information to draw conclusions and capture and yeah, record to draw conclusions and provide key like information. Let's say, right, you sufficiently got enough information to draw whatever. It always does that. To draw, okay. Whatever. Conversation, right? Use your tools. Use tools to record, what is it called? All conclusion needed. Now, the thing is, what would be nice would be to print it out, right? Join. Yeah, this, like, not this tool input here. Whoa, not this field specs. Oh, that is kind of close. Yeah, exactly. I need this code to be, so if it's confidential. If it's confidential, so if it's conclude, we totally skip it. Description, it's all this code here. This code needs to be a function or something. But that's okay. This is totally not dry. Let me just get all this code here. I think confidential and conclude could be their own thing, not specs. Yeah, I know. Specs prompt, predicates, casts, cast prompt, fields. Okay, I know what I'm trying to say. Fields.append. Yeah, so this fields like that. What is this fields? I want to make that a function. There it is. Fields. So can we do like this? Fields equals self dot, yeah, like make field prompt, let's say. And what do we want to pass in? I was gonna do something like this, right? Interview, yeah, exactly. Field name for field name and field keys, yeah. Make field prompt, is that right? Let's just try that, right? Def make field prompt. Hold on, let's see what we need. Interview, does it need the interview? Oh, it totally does. Yeah, it totally does. Okay. So this make field prompt, is going to take in a field name. It's not going to do that. It's not going to, it's right. So it's no longer in this for loop is the point. So let's see. So we pull it, fine. If it's conclude, oh, okay, easy. Fields equals self.make fields prompt. Yeah, exactly. Field keys. Where'd those field keys come from? Oh, just the interview, huh? Okay, whatever. Collection name. Fields prompt equals self.make fields prompt. Let's just pass in the interview object. Easy. So then given that interview object, let's just move all that code in there. That's fine. The field keys goes here. Oh, and then that for loop's gonna come back. Right, so field name, yeah. For, yes, exactly. Boom. Now I can say fields equals array. Okay. What do we do? We want some coffee. I'm totally hanging. Okay. I see a message. Oh, volume. Let me try it. I always have volume problems. Thank you for messaging me. Let's see. What do we do? Oh, you know what I might do? I see a message. Message time 9:57. 30 minutes ago. Let me see. Oh, you know what I might do? I feel like I can hear it kind of okay. I'm gonna proceed, get my code done. Thank you for the message though. If I have volume problems, I'll review it. I've spent maybe 15 or 30 minutes teaching myself OBS. It's very simple. Here's my microphone there. Hello, hello. I'll just shout at it. Hello. Okay. Now, let's write some code. So, where's my glasses? Okay. Whoo, yikes. Okay. Kind of dirty. So, good. We're going to move this code out so that it can be reused for making that system prompt later. I hope this works because if it doesn't let me put that system prompt, then I'm wasting time. So I could send a system prompt and test it and look at the trace, but I'm just going to write this code here. I think this is right. Okay. So that's wrong. Right? We don't reverse any keys anymore. Source code order. Thank you. Okay. Okay, so that's the fields prompt. The builder-based one does not. What? So here's the field keys. Done. Okay. So there they are. And then off we go. We pull it. And then I think this is the code. Boom. Right. Okay, I think that's fine. So just basically move the code. So we're skipping conclude. Is that right? No. Aha. That's an option, right? Do we want conclude only? Or do we want what do we want? I want this thing to, yeah, let's say mode, doesn't really matter. Mode equals normal, right? You can kind of do like this, if mode not in. Yeah, exactly. Thank you. You know what I'm doing. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So the reason, I don't know if that's really the best code ever, but I'm just passing in strings. I don't like putting meaning in these strings too much, even though I'm writing LLM software. But there's a bug pulling the roles. There is a bug pulling the roles. Pulling the roles. I'm just going to say, I'm going to take that out. Okay. From Dick, no way. Uh-huh. Totally. Okay. So now we're either filtering for or against, the conclude objects. So if it's conclude and mode is normal, exactly, we're skipping a conclude field. Skip conclude field for normal prompt, right? Something like that. Or we could say totally, if it's not conclude, yes, exactly. Perfect. Perfect. So I'll say if it's conclude and our mode is normal. Let's try this, huh? Oops. Wait, what are you doing? And that. Yeah. Okay. And let's do it that. If mode. Thank you. Okay, good. So if the mode is normal and we're in conclude mode, skip it. If the mode is conclude and it's not conclude, skip it. Love it. Now what? And then all this code kind of stays, right? It's not good, but it's there. I think confidential include should be their own thing, not specs. Yes, I still think that. If it's confidential, I'm going to say it. Totally. Casts, all the casts go in. Yes, they do. There's the field prompt, the specs, and the casts. Fields.append. Oh, right, and then we return just a massive join of them. So that concludes that method there. So let me get all this out of here now. It's in the middle of, boom. So then we move it out here. Go, there it goes. So now we have a field prompt subroutine. It goes through all the fields. You can be in normal mode. You can be in, so that's wonderful. So that means that this code should basically stay. We've just refactored that. Self.make field. It should be fields. Make fields prompt, correct. So that's the fields prompt. So here's Alice's traits, whatever, traits. Mention the tools. Don't know. No idea. Traits, tools, description, and here's our fields, right? So instead of fields, what's my new variable called? Fields_prompt. Fine. Thank you. So that system prompt should totally work. We can just block it here and make sure. Then we got this new one. So the new one I'm going to run in my new code. Where was that? In the digester, right? Here we go. So we're making conclusions. Here's the system message, right? Prior system messages. Do I care? No, I don't care about prior system messages anymore. System prompt, don't care. No, I think, oh, let's just throw it in here, huh? Use tools to record all conclusion fields needed. Using, right? So I could say like full stop. I don't know. New line. What does it do? How's that system prompt? Yeah, fields to collect. It'll be like this. Let's just do that. Whoops. Def digest. Thank you. here. Boom. Okay. Fields requiring what? You have successfully gathered enough information to draw a conclusion and provide key and record key information. Use tools to record all fields needed now, right? Okay. Fields needed, right? So, yes, exactly. Okay. And then another new line, and then this. So we could just try. That's fine. So let's just say fields prompt equals self.make fields prompt. Yes, thank you. Yes, thank you, thank you, thank you. Conclude mode. Thank you. So then it goes here, and we're basically done. Why is that? Okay. Any commas? No commas. We're good. So that's awesome. So that's my system prompt. So I hope, here's my gamble. Just totally right. So let's just do this, huh? To do. In principle, the tools, we could choose between LM with tools and, right, LM with tools by confirming the interview is .enough, right? It's actually not bad. Could I just call that? Actually, that's not bad. So I was going to make it a to-do, but I could just say if interview .enough, no need to populate normal fields, right? No, there's no way. It's always enough because we're in the digest node. Of course, there is only ever the need to call the conclusions. Yeah. Oh, I know what it is. It's not that there's enough. It's not enough. Yeah, let's leave the to do. In principle, it's not whether there's enough. If we only need the regular tools available, if there are null confidential, yeah. Otherwise, the only information needed is, yes, exactly. Okay. I don't know if that's a helpful message or whatever. Okay. Again, I'm going to make, you know what I might be able to do is just move. If I move this way, how does it look? Does that look fine? Now I'm right next to the microphone I'm like next to the microphone. So that may help the audio. Okay. So previously bound, what are we doing? Again, I'm going to make Claude Code turn all of these to-dos into proper GitHub issues and things like that. So that's fine. LM controls which tools. Yeah, I know. So I'm just going to make it do both. Yeah. LM equals self.lm with both. I'm just going to make it have both. I don't know what's going to happen. Can it call two calls? Can it call two tools back to back? I don't think so. Latest message. No. Don't care, don't care. Don't care, don't care. Call the LLM. So here's the system message stuff. Let's just not, although the reducer only wants net new messages, the LLM wants the full conversation. Of course it does. So now, let's just, I think we just don't want that. All messages equals state sub messages. So this is the point. Plus, we're going to stick it here. Sys, what the heck was it? What was it? Sys message, make conclusions. Exactly. It's going to be that. So we're going to append it to the end. That'll be all the messages. We're going to run it. I'll trace it. I don't need to print it here. That's fine. That should be basically a tool call. Okay, return to LangGraph. LangGraph wants only net new messages. Its reducer will merge them to place the system message. That's okay. Okay, keep it simple. So LangGraph wants only net new. So the new messages is just going to be, let's try it this way. I don't know if this matters too much. No, this is wrong. This is wrong. The response is going to come after. So it'll be like this. Plus J. Okay. So we say make some conclusions. So this is my experiment. I hope I can insert a system message in the middle of a conversation. If so, then I believe this will work. And it's going to tell the LLM, like, you must call tools now. And all of these tools have mandatory arguments. And so then these are the new messages. And there is no way it won't modify the interview state for sure. Or because we're just telling the LLM what to do. Wonderful. Let's try it. Ready, set, go. I think I may pause it here. Or let's do this. No, it's paused up there. Go. F5. Oh, I need coffee. Okay. Why? Why did I break here? Init chat model. Okay. Why did I break here? Maybe it was other code. I'm just going to let that go. Seems like that's not important anymore. Okay. What are we doing? Okay, good. Okay, good. I just got bad code here. That's fine. Okay. What, stop it at Shift F5. Okay. Yep, this is new. Man, I'm going to change this LM with tools also. I'm changing it now with tools. I'm going to call it LM with update, right? It's update, really. That. Okay, that's it. So now we have LM with update, LM with update, LM with conclude, and LM with both. Cool. That's fine for now. So, and then I guess I'm gonna do all of it. Update wrapper and conclude. I'm gonna do that. Okay, so I think that fixes that. So now my tool node is aware of all these, like, I don't know. Let's just see. Ready, set, go. Come on, Schwartz. Okay. Skip conclude field for normal prompt politeness. There you go. Okay, so I was just pausing this to double check that it generates the prompt correctly. Print res. And you know what's really been killing me is, that's fine. Dessert, hurry, confidential. Do not inquire about this explicit. Okay, wonderful. Traits and characteristics about the diner. Yep. Totally. Okay. Good. Now what? So let's let it go. Continue, please. And we're back at the terminal. Perfect. That is exactly what I want. Okay. Can I trace this? Where's my trace? Come here, trace. Oh no, where's my trace? It doesn't print yet. Or maybe it doesn't print at all. Okay. Good. So this is the update wrapper. So the keyword arguments, oh, I bet the keyword arguments has like all three objects in there. There it is, starter, main, dessert. Wonderful. Hurry is none. Great. It's optional or whatever. So boom, boom, boom. Let me let me step in, I guess. See if that works. Step in. Yeah, it works. So I'm gonna break here. Are there any more breaks? No. So tool call underscore, is that the tool ID? Yes, it is. Tool call ID. And here are the parameters. Dessert as one selection. String, hurry is none. Wonderful. Then, so that's totally fine. Run tool. Process tool input. Yeah, so that's the next thing, is really it's process tool input. That's the... Let's break here. So then I say go. Play. Tool input for 3 fields. Starter, main course, dessert. Yep. That's kind of nice. State, self, interview. That's kind of nice. So then we're going to process. So here's where it actually, here's where processing actually happens. And so okay, it might actually work completely the same because the arguments are all the same. Yeah. So I'm going to let it go. Go. LLM found a valid field, starter. Yeah. Tool input for LLM field name. What is that? Play. Go. Stop it. Can I make it stop? Play. Stop it. Is it that one? Play. I changed the code. Okay, good. Here we are. Good, good, good. Good. Skip normal field for conclude prompt. Yay, that's looking good. So let's see what it did. It found my starter. It found my main course. It found my dessert. So then we're back. We're thinking. We route to route. So we're going to digest because we're enough. Here we are digesting. We're digesting the restaurant order. Yeah. So then from digesting, it skips all of these. I want to see this fields prompt. Let's see how fun it looks. If it looks right. First try, print fields prompt. Politeness, level of politeness. So this is the only parameter. So that's perfect. So then if we make the conclusions prompt, if we break here and continue, stop that. Go. Thank you. So now it'll be that sys message make conclusions. Come here. Yes, exactly. Nope, stop it. Yep. What? What in the world? That. Stop it. Thank you. Why is, oh God, the history. That. Dot content. Oh gosh. Okay. All right. Draw conclusion, record key information from the conversation. Yes, you have success. Okay, so hopefully this will insert in. You have done that. Fields needed for restaurant order. Conclusion. Right. Fields. I'll just say new. New fields needed for restaurant order. Right? Politeness, level of politeness. It's confidential. Do not inquire. Okay, perfect. So skip. Now what happens? Although the reducer only wants net new. So here they go. This is the first time I'm sending it out. So all messages, it looks like this. It goes human. So the human said I'm vegan. Then the system said you're the server. Aha, it did put them out of order. Yep. Uh-huh. Weird. And then they say thank you. I wonder if that's okay. For now, I could just leave that as a little bug or something. I don't know. Get it in the right order. I don't know exactly what to do, but I think it'd be okay. Okay. Human message, system message. So then the AI says thank you. Whoops. The AI says thank you. Then the human says that's exactly what I want. And so then the AI calls a tool. Then the tool says good. Then the AI says, I got your order. Then oh, interesting. It didn't print to the user yet, right? I guess that's okay. It could have printed to the user by now, but whatever. Then you get race conditions where has it synced up yet before the user changes their mind and blah, blah, blah. So this is okay. So thank you. You have successfully gathered enough information. So here's the new system message. Mm-hmm. And then model config. Oh, no, these are all just other variables. Okay, so we're going to invoke the LLM. All right, off we go. Ready, set, go. Go. Please work. Uh-oh, infinite loop. Kill it. Perfect. That's exactly what I want. Let's go get this, huh? Continue conversation. Let's go pull it up in the trace. Time. So if I pull up threads, huh? Yeah, 517306. Is that? Oh my God, 15 traces? Oh no. Oh no. Oh dear. What happened here? I'm vegan. All right, what's this infinite loop? Turn 30, turn 29. Are you kidding me? What happened? Okay. Here we go. Initialize. Think. Here it is. 2 seconds. Oh, look at that. Update underscore restaurant. Or, oh, look, that first. Whoa. That's that underscore ID. I got a bug in that underscore ID. This is what, I haven't tested any of this. Here. What is it doing? Oh, remove. Oh, I know. Let's just do this. A to Z. That should fix it. Let's do that. That'll fix it. So I think we'll get our if it's not lower A to Z, upper A to Z, or 0 through 9, or underscore, then remove it. Yeah, that's fine. From the beginning, right? Wait, no. Wait, not from the beginning. From the entire string. Okay, cool. So that's fine. But that's not too bad. And then what does it mean to update? Update restaurant order. Any of? Uh-huh. Right. Why is the whole thing? I don't remember why the whole thing has to be optional again. Oh, that's per field, right? No, it's any of this object. So starter. Oh, why is starter the only? Oh, that's one parameter. Oh, yeah, totally. So starter's one parameter. Main course is another parameter. Dessert is another parameter. Hurry is another parameter. Yep. Uh-huh. Wishes to be served quickly. As bool, hurry. Okay. Uh-huh. Description, fields to collect, starter, main course, dessert, and hurry. Uh-huh. The human says vegan. Thank you for letting me know. All right. So then we route. What does route think? Decide. Input. Output is listen. I'm not sure if that's right. Okay. No, that's right. Initialize think. No, that's right. Listen. I think that is correct. Let me run a new one with just fewer. And then where would that infinite loop possibly be? Let me just read some logs, right? Warn, return none. Probably should generate a message anyway. Oh, I know where my loop is. It's here. I might have a bug with underscore done or something like that. I definitely have a bug with underscore done. I am vegan. Perfect. Let's do this. If perfect and user input. Infinite loop. Yep, totally. And then let's break here. I think that's my bug. I think underscore done is not working. Probably because those conclude fields aren't sticking to the state. That's almost certainly the bug. So let's rock that. Perfect, perfect, good. So we choose our LLM. We're going to invoke it. Does it not print? So look, 520.298, right? Let's go see if my links with 520.298. Threads, 520.298, wonderful. So here's my, oh look, here's my kind of little, look, let's just do this, huh? Continue conversation, right? Interviewer. Let's just do it here, right? Yeah, thread ID here. Lang Smith trace. And then we paste. Correct. HTTP Lang Smith. So I think that'll work. And then let's stick in that thread ID, was it? Yes, it was. Thank you. And then maybe a new line. Let's do that. Okay, go. So now, whoops. Detected infinite loop. Oh, really? Stop. Go. Did it save? Wait, stop. Save. Go. Come on, Schwartz. Volume check. All right. Okay, good. I think that's okay, good. Could I confirm your choices? Yes. Whoo, look at all these init, interview, init. Here. Let's just comment that out. Not needed. So we're doing this conversation. There should be a link to my lang graph. Let's close it and click it. That is it. Uh-huh. Turn 1, turn 2. Ooh. Think. Okay. Cool. What is this turn 1? I am vegan. Thank you for letting me know. And it threw. Uh-huh. Update restaurant order. Perfect. So that looks good again. Now what? Output. Hurry. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you for letting me know. Confirm your choices. Mm-hmm. Oh, nice. Update restaurant order. All this is working. Yep. Mm-hmm. Cool. Ran a tool. So then, where are we in the code here? We're in the interview loop. Ah. Okay, so I see the problem. So let's go. We got to go back to the digest. Why isn't digest running? Here it is. Pause. Stop. Go. Pardon me. Why is digest not? It's not calling the tools. Let me click the new one. So it should invoke, and it should say you must do this. And then the LLM response goes in there. Let me maybe break here as well and go. Right. What did the LLM say? There you go, tool calls. Politeness. Totally, 1.0. Yeah. So, okay, good. So it's calling this conclude. Good. Wonderful. So then, so then the router maybe needs to see that? No, it should go to the tool already. Yeah, so I'm just gonna hit play. Ah, so the bug is it's not running my tool node. Let me let it throw. So let's go look at this trace. Come here, trace. Okay. Seems like they fixed the bug. All this rendering wasn't working for a long time. So we go think. At think, the AI calls update restaurant order. Boom, boom, boom. Wonderful. Then we route. Really? Oh, does my router go to the... No, does the router go to the tools node? Am I just totally misremembering? Def route. It totally does. Tools. Result equals tools condition. Oh, wow. What is this tools condition? Oh, it's my own helper here. Let's pause right there. This might be an issue. Or let's actually break the line after. All right, let's stop then. Save. Save. F5. All right, let's see what happens. Oops. Click, click, click. Thank you. All right. So this is normal. Oh, I remember. It decides tools condition from the state. I want to say it looks at those messages and it pulls that latest message. Yep. And it returns either tools or end. I don't know how it works, but the current result is end. And the reason is presumably, let's see, state sub messages sub -1, right? It's an AI message. Thank you for letting me know. For starters, right, so we proceed. The user's going to say, yeah, so now it should do it, right? So if we look, result is tools. So this returns tools. That should jump to the tool node, right? What is it? Wrap. The update wrapper. It does run tool. And then the conclude tool also does run tool. So let's break here too, right? Run tool. So if I proceed, where does it do that? Run tool. Oh, here it is. Yeah, tool. So that's starter and everything. So that's all fine, right? Process tool input. We're just going to hit go. Here. Okay. So we're in a think node. Yep. 3 tool calls. Oh yeah, and tool goes back to think. Tool always goes back to think. Okay, so that may be a bug. Let me think, because the thing is, after a tool call, it might want to route. No, I have to make the LLM do it. Yeah. Okay, I think I see the problem. After a tool node, we may want to just digest immediately without messaging the user. I think that's the bug. I think the bug is, what is that? Route think. So this conditional edge from think, let's call it route from think, right? Route from think. Let's just call it that. We'll just say that. And the reason is I'm going to copy kind of the same code. Interview enough. Write this enough. If it's done, we tear down. Because the point is, after thinking, think means query the LLM and get a message. So you either get a tool call or you get an AI message, right? Or you always get an AI message. They may or may not have tool calls in them. So then from a tool call, yeah, after a tool call, you may want to go straight to digest. Yeah, because digest is a different LLM call. That's correct. So this is route from think. From in the graph. I'm not going to answer that question. So route underscore. So route from think. So I think the way it works is tools no longer routes to think. There's a new conditional edge, which goes from tools. And it's going to be, come here. It's going to be route from tools. That's the point. We'll just stick it in there. That's fine. Yep. So from tools, we're going to do a new router. So route from think, def route. Yep. So route from think, let's steal that. Just copy it. Boom. So let's say route from tools. All right, so now we have a router that'll route from tools. Let's just say dot underscore name. Right? Okay. So we're going to route from the tools. And the reason is fine. No. Coming out of the tools, this is never going to be the case. The question is just, do we want to go think or do we want to go digest? That's the question. We return either think or digest. And so how do I know the difference? Tear down? Nope. If it's done, we go to think, I guess. let's do this. Interview equals self dot get state. What is that? Get state. Yes, do it. Thank you. Stop it. All right, so something like that. Either digest once, first time. Okay, so then I guess the point is if we're routing from the tools, so the tools have run and the state's been updated. The point is if we're done, I guess if it's enough and not exactly, if it's enough but not done to digest, basically, right? Route tools to digest. We return digest. Otherwise, we return think. That's it. Simple. So I think that's it. You only go to digest if the tools have run. I see. So the tools run. And this route from tools actually, this tools is kind of bad, but that's okay. No, tools is good. All right. Let's look at it. We're logging there. Okay, go. Ready, set, go. Good. So we're running a tool. We're calling stuff simple, easy. Just let it go. Found everything. Now we're routing from tools for a restaurant order. So interview.enough is true and interview done is false. So this, we're going to route to digest. This worked. Let me break here instead and clear that out and let it go. So now we're in digest. So we're going to give both tools available for the moment. I can pause that. Or I can turn that up. So then there's an LLM response. The new messages and the return. Yeah, we can let the LLM respond. So the LLM response is a tool call. And it's calling the conclude function. Arguments, somewhere the name is in here. Value ID. Somewhere in here the conclude method is in here, I'm sure. Oh, there it is. Conclude restaurant order. So that's awesome. So now what happens? So we append all those messages in. Let's just let it go. Okay. Terminal. LLM found a valid field. Yeah, why is food order dot underscore done not working? It seems like it should be. Oh, I know. Okay, none. Yeah, let me let it crash. So it never ran that tool call. Like it never routed, right? Route tools to digest, and then we're in digest. Let's run it again. It never called the digest. The LLM did, but my tool node is not running. Hit right run tool. So this is running with starter and everything. Totally fine. And in fact, let me get to a wrapper. So that's the update wrapper, right? And so then there should also be a conclude wrapper here. Yeah, it seems like it never runs. We bind the conclude wrapper. The tool name has changed. Conclude. Yeah, that all works because the LLM calls it conclude wrapper. It should know because it's got the name. It should route to that. See the tool node. See, there's different tools. Update wrapper, conclude wrapper. That's cool. It should work. Builder. So then what do? I route. This tool call totally works. Let's just let it go. So we're routing from tools. It's time to digest. Yep, skip normal field. So that's good. We can comment that out. That's kind of looking good. Skip conclude field for a normal prompt. I think that's working too. Comment that out. Okay. And now where are we breaking? Where are we broken? Go. No. Digest. Here it is. I wonder if it's the system message. We could try this, you know. Because we append new messages here, right? And then after digest, what happens? Add no digest. Oh, wait a second. Uh-oh, wait. Uh-oh, I think the bug is I don't have an edge from digest back to think. Almost certain. Yes. Must be. That's a node. Yeah, must be. Tools. Almost certain. From digest to think. Think. Like that. I think that's the bug. Digest, like, falls off the edge of the... Okay. Go again. Let's see if that fixes it. It called the LLM. Or does digest need a router? No, digest needs to go to think, right? I think it does. Okay, so we're running a tool. We're running for starters. Thank you. Thank you. Let's just let it go. All right, so here we are with our, so digest is running now. It totally works. So I'm gonna let it work. So now we're in the think node. Okay, so digest ran potentially, presumably. And now we're back in the think node. Is there a new system message? No. Let's look at all the messages. Here they are. So it goes, come here. It goes, I'm vegan. Then it says you're conversational. Then it says, thank you for letting me know. Then the human says, perfect, that's what I want. Then it says, good, well, we're doing a tool call and we're gonna call, what the heck is it? We're gonna call, must be the normal populator, right? Come here. Oh my God, tool calls. Oh, it looks like it, right. 0. Where's that name function? Arguments and name. Here it is. Update restaurant order. Whew. So we're updating restaurant order. Good. So it calls that. So from the human saying that is exactly what I want, the AI updates the restaurant order via a tool call. Perfect. And then a tool message just says success. Aha. Then a system message goes back, presumably to the AI, and it says, hey, you need to do more. Good. And so it does. It runs another tool call. That tool call, oh God, can I find it quickly? Come here. Come here. Yes. Runs conclude. Good. From that conclusion, presumably the state is updated. I think we can check elsewhere. And so now we're back. So that's all the messages. And so then am I going to get, just give me 2 seconds here. Oh, it crashed. 400. An assistant with tool calls must be followed by a tool message responding to each tool call ID. Oh, yeah. Wait, did my wrapper not do that? Okay, yeah. Yeah, you got to respond with a message. Of course. You got to respond with your message, with your tool call. So something that wrapper like didn't wrap or something like that. So, oh, yeah. Okay. So this is running the tool. We're going to let that go. So this is digest. So digest is going to query the LLM. Yeah. It's going to tell the LLM to digest. I'm just going to let it go. Oh no. And this is a message tool call. Oh, where's that bug? I know it's somewhere. Do it again. I feel like that wrapper or something's not running right. Okay, so normal data, yes. Confirm. So here, right? So this is digest, right? So if I look at my messages, what is that? State sub messages. Or if I just look at all messages, it goes, I'm vegan. Here's a tool call with a success. And then I say you've done stuff. So it's gonna try to run the tool call. The new messages is it just one? Oh, it's you've successfully gathered enough. Oh, weird. It's 2 AI messages. Maybe that's a bug. Maybe that's a bug. Oh, that's a huge bug. What am I doing? There's a massive bug staring me in the face. What am I doing? Huge bug. Well, I don't know if that's causing the bug though, but what am I doing? Okay. Run. That was a total bug. That was just dumb. Okay. Trace. Click. Okay. Garden salad. Main course. Interview. Let it go. So we're digesting. So the new messages is there's 2 now. Show me. Yes. Yes. The system message and the AI message, which did call the tool, and it's in the proper order. So let's let that go. Please work. Yay, we're back. No, we're in think now. Oh, maybe that's good. Show me. So the new system message is empty, right? Yeah. Uh-oh. Latest message. Yeah. The latest message. We're missing a tool message. We're missing a tool message. We're back in think. Yeah, we're back in think. And the latest message or the state of all messages, let's see, state sub messages. We're missing a tool message. Look, it called it out and it didn't respond. So I think that's that router, right? Run tool. So that's the update wrapper. Do I have a bug conclude wrapper? No, with both update wrapper, conclude wrapper. Let's just break there. I feel like it never runs. Update wrapper. Let's break both of them and go. Why does my update run but my conclude doesn't? Okay, so that's the update wrapper. Totally runs. And if I press play, it's going to be down inside this run tool. That's all fine. We process tool input. Yep. Oh, it could be that there's... Let me do that. Play. So if I go step over, we're on success, right? So if I go play, restaurant order. So success. So that success landed in the state. Restaurant order. So now we're digesting. The LLM response just landed. I just invoked it. It's running the tool call. I add that system message. I add the response and we hit play. Yeah, that, okay. Something's, this tool is not running. Update tool arch. Do I just have some dumb bug? Update wrapper. This doesn't, I don't need that. LM with update wrapper. LM with conclude wrapper. It's definitely, the LLM does it. That's a tool node, and there's two tools. The update wrapper and the conclude wrapper. Oh, I think I might know. Mila? 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 Doing something up. Okay. That route is not working, right? The route is the way you make it jump to the tool node. It doesn't happen automatically. From think. Yeah. And from tools, for sure. Oh, I see. So this route's from tools to digest. So tools might have to go to digest, but digest has to go back to tools. Of course. In fact, after digest, you always have to go back to tools. No. Okay. Route from tools. Tools may have to go to digest. Route from tools. Okay. So listen gets the user. So we think. After we think, we route, right? And the reason is after you call an LLM, you have to potentially jump to tools. Yeah. If tools condition, right? So that's route from think. Where's my dang? Route from think. Listen always goes back to think. So after you call tools, you may want to digest, right? Conditional edges. Can I pass it in? Source. Source is a string. Path is a thing. And path map. Or can I just do like this? Tools. So from tools, we're either going to go to think or digest. I think that's how that works. Let's see. And the reason is after saving some data, it's either time to get a message from the LLM, to speak back to the user, or potentially it's time to digest more. So we route that way, but then from digesting, I think that's the point. We have to do it this way. Self.route from digest, and then right, digest can either, so the point is either there's been a successful tool call or potentially an unsuccessful tool call. That's why you can't jump directly to like tools. So it definitely should possibly return back to tools or maybe think, right? Is that the point? So after digest, we either jump to tools or think. So let's go implement that route from tools. Let's go implement that for digest, right? So what is this? Route from tools, and this will be route from digest. All right, so the point is, same thing. This may be a little like not ideal, but I think it's gonna work. So from digest, right, it's different. It's more like this. This is the point. Yeah, it's the tools condition. It's that. So we're gonna route from the digest. Boom. If there's a tool call, then we do it. Otherwise, we go back to think. That's how that works. Woo, let's see if that works. Come on, Schwartz. Oh, I should have maybe blocked it. There we go. Add edge. Oh, it just has syntax error or something. What is that? What? Some kind of syntax error. Tools, comma, think. Add edge. Oh, maybe add edge. Oops, it's not an edge. Conditional edges. It's like that. All right, off we go. So I say vegan. So that's what I want. Okay. So this is the, I'm just gonna let that go. So that was a success, finding all those starters. Please work. I think it might work this time. Okay, so now, so the new message is we've done a digest. Pretty sure. Keyword args. Shoot. Tool calls. Come here. Function name. Yeah, we've done a conclude. So that's great. I'm gonna hit play. Go. Good. So now we're routing from digest. This is gonna work. So I'm gonna go boom, result. That's gonna say tools. Yes, it does. Wonderful. So now we're gonna process some tools. So we're gonna return tools. That's gonna drop me into my conclude wrapper. Thank you. So finally the conclude wrapper ran. Phew. So now that's gonna, and then that's gonna drop me into my real tool processor. I think I can stop this now. It's gonna process tool input. Oops. LM found a valid field, politeness. Oh, awesome. Now, we shouldn't route tools to digest. That's a bug. That's a bug the second time through. So let's stop that there and make that go. Okay. Save. Go. Audio working? That's a bug. Okay. So the first one is good, right? The interview, that's correct. So we're going to digest. Let's I'm going to let that stop. I'm going to stop breaking on that digest. Digest is kind of working. LLM found a valid field, politeness. Yep, as percent 1.0. So the tools ran. Let's check my interview. Interview.enough. What? Interview._enough, right? True, but done is false. Huh. Wonder why. Let's stop one level up and then crash it. And then I want to jump in there. So we're routing from tools. Routing from tools. All right, so the first route, we're going to route tools to digest. That's basically good. Let me step in, right? So enough. So this is enough. So enough is going to run, right? So here's the field name, starter. It's not none, so it's going to pass. Yep. Now we're on main course. I'm going to return out. So interview.enough is true. And interview.done is false, but that should be correct because we haven't summarized. So if I step into done, here we are. Wait, what? Okay, no fields, fine. Yep. Are we done? Fields.values, let's look at that. Chatfields. Yeah, show me that. So it's a list basically. What is that? Let's just make it a list. Okay. So, right. Starter. Description. So I guess we could say sub value. You kind of do it like that, right? You could say like X sub value or X in the chat fields. Is that going to work? Right. Yeah, or you could say like bool, cast it to bool. Oh, I see. I see. I know the bug. It's the incomplete. It's the incomplete. It's the incomplete. What do you call them? Confidentials. That confidential never got flagged. So that's the loop. Okay, so this is good. So go. So now we've set politeness, but we missed. Yeah. So I have to basically make it loop and always and I have to make it populate that politeness now. They're no longer optional. So let's find that. System message. Digest, right? Right. You have successfully gathered enough information to draw conclusions. You must use tools to record both all undefined confidential you must now do two things. First, first, you must now do two things. Record all undefined confidential fields indicating record all confidential fields still undefined, not yet defined, indicating no information. Also, record all, what is it called? Shoot, conclusion fields. Record all these new conclusion fields. Also, record all these new conclusion fields record your conclusions for all these fields. Record all these conclusion fields. Also, record all, I'm just going to write all new conclusion fields. All new conclusion fields needed. Defined below. Also, record the conclusion fields defined below. Conclusion fields. I'm just going to call it conclusion fields. Needed for blah. Okay, good. Good. So I'm going to tell it to do both, right? And then there's both. Right? And so then, let's see, there's the response message, right? So we update the message. So then route from digest. So it's going to call a tool. If we go to tools, route from tools, it's going to go to think. Do I actually want that? The problem is routing from tools, routing from digest. It's the digest runs, it's going to say tool call. From the tool call being done, it's going to add the tool message, right? That might work now. From the tools back to digest. I think that actually might work. Let's run it. Ready, set, go. Go. Coffee. When I run out of coffee, maybe I'll take a break. Cool. Fruit sorbet. Okay. So this one's normal. Let's let it go. Go. Come on, Schwartz. Okay. So now politeness was populated, but enough is true and done is false. That is correct. The reason is hurry was not populated. So we will digest. I'm going to let it go. That is proper. Oh, it's in an infinite loop. Yeah, it's not calling that tool. Let's see if a trace will help. What? Turn 1. Turn 2. Is this the infinite loop? Oh, I see. So turn 1 was the listen and it ends with the listen. I see. And we do a graph interrupt. And then turn 2 goes listen. It goes think. Come here. It goes think. Update restaurant order is called. With what information? We do a tool call. Okay, we populate. Where is that? So that's here. So we route from think. That has to go to tool. Yes, it does. Tools. So now we're in tools. So we call update restaurant order. Brilliant. So that's great. And then we route again. We route from tools. So it should go to digest. That's correct. It should go to digest. It should go to digest, which it does. Next, we're in digest. So we call OpenAI. So here's where we do it, right? So there's a tool call. That's great. So now there's two. Conclude and update, right? And it called conclude. Interesting, I guess. Okay. It called conclude. I think I might make it do update first. Yeah, I'm gonna make it do update first. All right. So it did call conclude. So what that means is, so there's a new system call here, which is asking for politeness and stuff. Conclude restaurant order. It's passing it in. Perfect. It called it. So then routing from digest must go to tools. Oh, it ran into conclude. Perfect. So it ran the tool called conclude restaurant order. And did we store that politeness? Did we store that politeness? Right. Whoops. Shoot. Oh, it was an infinite loop. It's kind of a pain in the neck. Okay. Tool input for one fields, politeness. LLM found a valid field, politeness. Perfect. So we need to digest. We're digesting. We're routing. We're thinking. Okay. So then, right, it should go back to digest because conclude is not done. Okay, so I'm going to change one thing real quick. Let's get all of the confidentials done first. Interviewer, right? So what is that? Digest. So let's do that first, right? So you've successfully gathered enough information to draw conclusions. Maybe we'll do like this, digest, fields prompt. I guess we'll do this, right? If it's not done, make fields prompt, interview, mode equals conclude. Yeah, I know what I want. Fields prompt. Self.make fields prompt. How about this? Mode equals confidential. So that's going to throw real quick. Let me just run that. That's going to throw. It's going to throw for this bad type, for this bad mode, but that's fine. Right. Go. Yeah. Bad mode. Okay. So here, maybe we could do confidential as well. Normal confidential. And conclude. So there's fields. Note, this should always be in source code order. Yep. So I think what I want to do is like this, right? Fields.append. Right. Fields. No, that'll be like an empty string. It'll be an empty string if there's no field. So that's cool. So conclude, right? So normal, confidential, or mode, right? Mode. Right. Okay. Right. So if we're in normal mode and it's a conclude, we skip it. If we're in conclude mode and it's not a conclude, we skip it. And then I guess if the mode is confidential, right, then we skip it. Exactly. Yeah, I think that's correct. Okay. So I think that'll just give me my confidentials. Make system prompt, make fields prompt here. Let's try that. Ready, set, go. The point is, if it's empty, we can skip it. If it's I'm just gonna stop breaking there. All right. So what does that look like? Hurry. Yeah. Yep. Hurry. So fields prompt, print it, right? It's just a hurry, right? Okay. Oh, and politeness. Oh, we want... No, politeness is a conclude field. Yep, that's a bug. That's a bug. So if we only want confidential, what we're really saying is we want confidential, no conclude, right? Normal. Yeah, that's fine. So if it's in confidential mode, if we're confidential, if it's not confidential, we skip it, obviously. But if it's conclude, we also skip it. Yes, exactly. Yeah, we also skip it. I think that's the logic. All right, off we go. Ready, set, go. I think that's how that works. Yep. So, boop. So the field's prompt is hurry. But I want to know that they're not populated, right? Could I just pass in my own? Maybe I'll just pass in my own and get it. That make fields prompt is just about prompting and stuff. So yeah, confidential. Mode equals. Let's just get that out of there for a second. Right. And so then here's the point though. The interview, the mode, and then let's just do it this way, right? Field name, field names, right? Field keys, field names is just going to be none, right? So these field keys, right? Field keys equals field names, let's say, or all of them. Okay, cool. So that allows me to restrict the keys. Fine, normal mode, conclude mode, normal mode. So let's not do confidential mode anymore. I don't think that's, so I'll just pass them in. Let's try that. Make fields prompt. So then figure out if there are any undefined confidential fields. So confidential fields, whatever. Yeah, for, yeah, totally. Field sub items, yes. Yes. Chatfield sub specs, sub conclude, stuff like that. Come here. Figure out the. Come here. Okay. So if the, so we're gonna loop through. There's no more mode. Right. So the point is, if it is a confidential, if it's not conclude, right? Not a conclude, and it is confidential. Let's just do it this way, right? No, it's fine. Confidential, right? Okay. Right, exactly. And if there's no value, yeah, exactly. If not Chatfield sub value, then it goes in. Yeah. Boom. Right. So let's do this. If comp fields raise exception. Let's do that, right? Okay, so break that. So that should be good. So let's make it do all the confidential fields first. The LLM must populate them, right? Yeah, they have to be populated. Yeah, it's not going to be null. Confidential field is not null. Good. So just hurry. Wonderful. So let's do this then. The fields prompt is for the interview, mode equals normal, and then what is that? Field names. Exactly. Exactly. Okay. And then raise, right? Whatever. Break. Stop. Go. Fields prompt. Should be fine. Let's print it. Come here. No. Perfect. So this needs solving. This needs populating. So this is what's cool. The sys message make conclusions. If there's fields, that's the prompt. Sys message like finish fields, something like that, is going to be like that. You have six, right. To decide about the confidential fields now, right? To decide about the confidential fields now. Key information from this question. Right. record all confidential fields indicating no information. No, indicating that no information, indicating no information. Fine. Also, recording a conclusion. Right, so let me just remind it, right? Confidential fields. Fields. Oh, I know. What would be fun is I could actually pass it in with mandatory arguments now. But let's not do that. Okay. There's the prompt. So then, yeah, I kind of want to do this. Whatever. Okay. Let's keep going. It's not, the code's getting gnarly, but okay. So then what? The point was to, yeah, get an LLM and do it. Yeah, let's just move all that code. Let's just make it really, really not dry to get stuff done. Okay, so if there are fields, then, yep, the LLM is definitely, no, it's LM with update only, for sure. The reducer only wants new messages, whatever. All messages equals state submessages plus this one here. Sys message finish fields. Yep. The LM response message is this invoke. That's pretty cool. We could do this self.lm with update. We could do that. So that's it. So it just runs that way. So they're technically optional, but it's, you have successfully gathered enough information to decide about the confidential field. You must record all confidential fields not yet defined to indicate no relevant information. Right. Okay. Now, confidential fields needed. Boom. I'm going to remind it. Yep. And then I'm going to, what am I going to do? Line graph once only net new messages. What am I going to do? Hurry. What should we serve? Confidential. That's the response, right? So I guess we could say else, right? We could do it kind of like this. So we'll say like force finishing up the confidential fields, exactly. And then there'd be a big else here. Else. I'll say force updating, force doing the conclude fields. Yep. Now, these all messages, we could maybe move this LM response out, put it there. Okay. Yep. So we run the LLM. Oh, I see. LM equals self.lm with update. Yep. So that's the LLM. Because otherwise LM equals self.lm with conclude. Yay! And then the all messages is going to be this here. Fields prompt, right? Boom. There's the fields prompt. There's the big system message. Come here. Boom. Boom. Okay, so there's the big system message. You have successfully gathered to draw conclusions and record key information. You must now record the conclusion fields. Record all conclusion fields. And then that goes in. We say we want the conclude LLM. We add it to our messages here. Sys messages make conclusions. And then that works. So then we invoke it. So instead of self.lm, it's LM. We invoke it. Okay. So digest now runs. Yeah. So then we're going to invoke. You talking to me? You can come in. You can come in. No, I have to finish my work. What are you doing? Are you staying home or are you coming?
I'm staying home.
You can stay with me.
Yeah.
I'm just working on my computer today.
Yeah, because you just started.
Mm-hmm.
Then how to get in here so fast?
Because I'm awesome.
Or maybe you just woke up now.
Just woke up?
If we're all then completed, then we could take a picture of us around these green thingies.
Definitely.
And then we could take a picture and then we'll switch to some vertical and horizontal blacks.
You want her? Look, there they are. The black ones?
Yep.
Okay, so if you're going to stay, you can stay with me and I'll finish and I can go to hockey.
You're not going?
No, I'm going to stay. Tell mommy I'm working. Thank you. Cool. Okay. They get way more useful as they age. I'm really enjoying, I can just leave messages to my wife and things like that. All right. Now what happens? Where was I? So there's the response. The new messages for the state is just simply, I see. Let's do it this way. Sys message. Let's just do this. Sys underscore message. We'll do it that way. So that's that system message. And then all messages. No, right? I think it's fine, right? So the LLM is going to be that. That's the fields prompt. That's the system message. If we're not doing it, the LLM is going to be like this way. That's the fields prompt. That's the system message, right? All messages doesn't matter. It's going to be like that, right? So we're just going to add the system message to the end. We're going to invoke it. And then for LangGraph state update, we're going to do system message, of course, followed by the LLM response. That's the logic. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Okay. In principle, yeah, I know. LLM, all messages. I think I did this already. Response. LangGraph only wants net new. Yep. Although the reducer, whatever. Okay. Let me just move this to do. I don't really know what's going on here. Principle, we could choose between whatever. All right, let's do it. I'm kind of lost on, I need to see it running now. I've kind of forgot where I was. I see messages about audio. Good, it's good to hear the audio is working. Just as a reminder, because it's more like Zoom than like YouTube. I'm just recording every single minute I've ever spent on this open source project, and I'm trying to make an AI agent which will have a conversation and then capture all this key information that the developers want. So what are we doing? Oh, we're blocked here. System message. What is this? New messages. This is digest. Wait, are we digesting already? Hold on, stop. I lost my track. After I lost my track. Lost track. Okay. All right, what do we see? Restaurant order. Okay. I told it I'm vegan. It said, do you want a bunch of stuff? I said yes. So then it synced. So then it called the tool to record it. Starter, main, dessert. Done. Next. It said, good. Well, we're going to digest. Because these are all ready, it's time to digest. So now we're in digest. It actually already called the LLM. The LLM response message is It's hard to, I wanted to see it quickly. Additional keyword args, tool calls. It's kind of hard to see it quickly. There it is. The LLM called update. Yes, it did. So that's great. Let's just let it go. Okay. So what just happened? So we ran digest again. Route from digest. And we're in a tool. Route from tools. We're back to digest. So we're back in digest a second time. I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to stop it and do the logic here. Yeah. Let's break it here. That'll be more fun. I think it's working, but just for fun, let's watch it. Whoops. Let's stop that. Let's watch it go. What is it doing? Stop it. Debug. Go. Why is F5? What? Oh, something's crashy on the debugger. Yeah. It's PyDebug. What is it? PDebug or whatever? Claudey. There it is. Adapter. Debug py. Yeah. 527-890. Try again. F5. Yep, that worked. Weird. You get what you pay for. It's all open source. It's all good. Okay, I'm vegan. We're good. Okay, so here's the first digest, right? So we're routing tools to digest, right? Should be like that, huh? Tools to digest. Route from digest. Right. Okay. Route to digest. Let's do this. Think to digest, right? Just log it a little better. All right, let's keep going though. So we're digesting, right? Here we are. Boom. So there are confidential fields. So the first time we digest, I'm just going to say, hey, you have to populate the confidential field. So hopefully that works. Without forcing it to be mandatory, that would be bad. So I'm going to, oops, it's fine. Oh, I know what I'm going to do. Let's do break here. So if I say go, it's going to, yep. And then also I'm going to break here. Okay, so then we're going to have the update one. Here's the prompt. Here's the system message. Totally fine. In fact, let's run it to the return statement. Yeah. And so the LLM response has been hopefully a tool call. Yes. In fact, can I see it in the trace more easily? Hopefully I should see a second tool call. I should see a second. There should be none in this one. And 2 in the second one here. Update restaurant order. It might be lagged or whatever. What is this message? I'm going to let it go. Yeah. Continue. Okay. And now we're digesting and we're in the else clause. Yeah, so the confidential fields seem to be provided, seem to be done. So now we're concluding. So now I'm going to tell it, hey, you have to conclude. Right? And then let's see if it did. There should be update. There should be 3 tool calls. Update the first, update the order, update the, is this going to set the, wonderful. So is this the tools? Here it is, ChatGPT, right? We're digesting. Yep. And the system message, it says you have to call it now. Yes, it does. You must call hurry. And it says, okay. Oh, I see. Right. I see. Let me make it. You must record only these confidential fields not yet defined. You must record only the below confidential pass null for all other arguments. Okay. Cool. We'll see if that works. You must record only and all of the below confidential fields. Not yet of the below confidential fields, of the below undefined confidential fields to indicate no relevant information. Pass null for all other arguments, for all other tool arguments or parameters. Right. Okay. Hopefully that'll tighten that up. But that worked. That totally worked. So then it called it. It called update. It's going to call hurry. Yep. And then now what? This is what I meant, where I could make the schema not reflect that anymore. You know, these could disappear from the schema. But that's fine. We'll see. So now what? Okay, I'm going to tell it to do that. Then what happened? Let's just proceed. I think we're still doing stuff, right? Where are we? So I'm going to let that go, huh? Return, go. So, hey, first time it worked. First time it worked. Cool. Cool. Yes, yes, yes. First time it worked. It worked. So there's a little lag or whatever. I made it digest twice. Yeah, here we are, my 3 tool calls. First order, and then wrap up the optionals, wrap up the confidentials, and then wrap up the conclusions. Totally awesome. And it drops in, what is that? Hurry, main course, politeness, right? Value, here it is. Boom. 1. Yeah, love it. And then we route back to think. And then what does think say? What is this? So, yeah, human, I'm a vegan. Boom, we have conversations. It updates the restaurant. We have more. It says success. Then I say, well, now you need to do confidential field. So it says, okay, update that. Oh, right. Hopefully we can see if it nulls these out next. Then a success. And then it says, hey, now you got to do conclusions. And it says, all right, I'll do that too. Done. Then success. Then thank you. Whoo, totally works. Totally works. Totally works. Enjoy your meal. Wonderful. Cool. So that works. So now what? That basically works. Whew. This none, we're returning none. There's still some issues, but yeah. Let's run it again with that little optimization that I did to say, click, go to this trace. So here's my trace. Perfect. So it's going to set hurry. Ooh, wait, what? Oh dear. Okay, infinite loop. Wonder why. So it's not, when it calls this, it's calling it with nulls, No, that one's correct. That's the first one. This will be the incorrect one. Look. Hey. You must record. You must pass valid for all of the below confidential fields, and you must pass null for those not mentioned below, because you have already captured them. Okay. What in the world is my system prompt? Oh, infinite loop. Oh dear. Click again. Come here. Click. Infinite loop. Okay. What in the world? Why do I have this infinite loop? This is what I meant about if I do the schema. Okay, so first call. What is this? Update with what? Garden. Yeah. Yes. Then what? Next call. System message says garden salad. If you need anything else, you have successfully gathered enough information to decide. You must now use the update tool to provide all of the below confidential fields, and you must pass null for those fields not mentioned below, indicating they are already known. I mean, gosh, this prompt is so... And I also, if I change to GPT-5 or something, it may work. This may be a little... Oops, click, click, click. Nope, stop. Click. Did it exit? No, it didn't. Infinite loop. Come here. Click. Stop it. Stop it. Where's my loop? Whoa. A lot of exceptions. Come here. Click. Okay. What? Thank you. That's the first one. Input. Yep. And then here's the like user message, I think. Thank you for confirming. No, this is wrong. You must pass use. What? Use the update tool. To provide all of the below confidential fields, and you must pass null for those fields not mentioned. Right. This was working really awesome 2 seconds ago. Update restaurant order. And the LLM is LLM with update, right? So if I go up here, yeah, and it didn't run it. Right, it didn't run it. So weird. Okay, save and go. Why in the world? Let me just try I might just try changing the Yeah, it just doesn't do it anymore. And it was working super, super well. It is not calling the update tool at all. And then, so yeah, if I check my trace then here, come here, trace. Boom. What's going on? Come here. What's it doing? There we go. Okay. Yep. What's going on? So that ran. Yep. And then we're in digest. And it just doesn't run. Thank you. Okay. Now I could do it in the other order, you know? Could do it kind of like this, you know, if well, no, it's a little tricky because I don't know. Are the conclude fields done? Let's do this. If confidential fields, let's break here and run it. And I'm just going to set it to false, falsy real quick. And see if the other prompt works. So I'm vegan. We save it. We're good. This is the first digest. Yeah, so let me just set that conf fields to an empty. And then we're going to step. So that'll be in the else. Yeah, so here we are concluding. So let me just run this. Pull up the trace. And I'll run it. Go. Terminal. Aha. Aha. That did call chat OpenAI. Ooh, and that did, I believe, call the conclude. Yeah, the output's not traced yet. I'll let that go. Yeah. Starter. None. What? Tool call. Look, it's calling them all with null. It's annoying. Politeness totally worked. Just kill it. Come on, stop it. Okay, let's see the trace. Come here, trace. All right, turn 2. Update restaurant or conclude. Thank you. So then from this call here in note chat, GPT-4.1, it did call conclude. Yes, it did. And it called conclude, politeness, conclusion fields needed for restaurant order. Yes. And then it said, now the time has come. Update restaurant order. It called conclude, success. Now the time has come. You have successfully gathered. You must now. Right. 2. Boop. You must now. Okay. You must now decide about those not yet defined confidential fields. Use the update tool. Use the update tool call to provide only those, and pass parameters for only the below confidential fields. Pass arguments for the below confidential fields without any other arguments, right? Something like that. Without any other. Use the update tool to use the call. Yeah. Use the update tool call to pass arguments, to pass one argument for each confidential field listed below, right? Right. And no other, right? To pass one argument, call. To pass one argument for each confidential field listed below, and no other one argument for each confidential. Okay. Oh no. Oh, what the world? Okay. Off we go. Is it just prompting problems? Is it GPT-4? I think I had issues with GPT-4 in the past, but it's not good. Come on, Schwartz. Yep. Oh, it ran. Woo! Wow. Ooh, but I don't like that. Where it's just down to one little prompt. Whew. Let's see what it did. That's cool though. So we ran chat OpenAI. It called the update and it passed in my order. Then next call to OpenAI. There is a system message which says you have to do this, and then it didn't do that. You must now decide, you must now populate all not yet defined confidential fields which are described below. Listed below to remind you, right? Use the update tool call to pass arguments, an argument for each conditional field, for each field listed below. No relevant information for each field as well. I don't know. Kind of worked. Very polite and appreciative, 0.95. Hurry, not specified. I mean, it kind of worked. The only problem is because it put this user message in here. So then it called again, right? Yeah, look, 2 AI messages back to back, and then it called again. And it finally did it. Whew. But not before messaging the user several times. Okay, well that's definitely progress. So now we call update, validation errors. Oh, really? Wait, hurry is missing? What? No, that can't be right. 3 validation errors? That seems weird. Field required, type equals missing, hurry. Right. Pydantic core. Input, hurry. Yeah. What? Seems fine to me. So it's definitely, I see, I think I see. Let's maybe do this, right? So this fields prompt, mode equals normal. These are the confidential fields, right? I wonder if we could do like this. Like null fields, right? So if it's not a conclude, we don't care at all. So if it's not confidential, let's see if that's right. So if it's not confidential, put it in the nulls for a second. If it is confidential and it's not defined, then it needs to be in there. That's good. So then if there are confidential fields, here's the fields prompt. We need to append in the nulls there. I'm just going to see if that works. Huh? So that fields prompt. So here's the nulls, right? Null fields. So all these, right? So show me that fields prompt. Whoops. Fields. No. What is that? Oh, yeah, let's go one more. Click. Okay. So show me that fields prompt now. Yeah, print it. Right. Thank you. So I think what we can do, we could do something like this, right? We could do F double quote, for what? Null field in null fields. So get a bunch of X's, yes. So then, what do I want? I want hyphen space null field, right? And then a colon and say pass not needed, not wanted, please pass null, right? Starter, main course. So then if I do dot join, right? Something like that. Yep. And if I print that, right? So this would be like nulls, right? Unwanted, right? Equals that. So if I print it, yep. So then it fields prompt plus unwanted. What if I print that? Okay. Kind of be like this, huh? That's fine. Yep. Okay. Let's go get that code. So here's the fields prompts. I got my null prompts, my null fields already. So something like that. Fields prompt. Paste. Yep. Let's do this. Null fields equals this value not needed. Please pass null for null fields and null fields. Break it. Right. So then let's do this, huh? Fields prompt plus equals, let's say, yeah, new line plus null fields, right? Let's try that. I don't know. Okay. All right, fine. So then let's break here, maybe. Save it and go. How's my audio? What do you? Cool. So these null fields, wonderful. I'm gonna please pass null instead of please. Not needed. You must pass null. All right, let's do it again. Okay. I really should be using, I basically feel like my favorite kind of just core language model is probably the Anthropic ones. So if we step over there, oh no, what type error? What? Is it, oh, is it a list or something? Oh yeah, stupid. Right. So then null fields equals the new line. Yeah. Yes, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That's all fine. Go. Show me. Run out of coffee. Okay. So here's the fields prompt. Step over. Let's print it. All right. Hopefully that'll improve it. Use the update tool call to indicate that there is no relevant information for each field listed below, for the fields listed below, and null where directed, right? I don't know. Okay, let's try that. Go. All right, what are we doing? I'm vegan. All right, so here's the prompt. So let's just pull up this trace. This may work slightly better. I don't really want to optimize the prompt too much. So go. Okay. Still, I think error, huh? Go. I'm just gonna let it proceed. Go. It's definitely an error. Okay, stop. All right, what's going on? So here's the first update, right? Yep, called. Boom, boom, boom. Then here's the next one. Called. Null? Oh my god, they're all null. Oh my god. Oh geez. Okay. Can I do this instead of this fields prompt? Let's comment that out. Let's try this. Something more like this. Equals, so it'll be the, what, field name? Comp fields, field names, field name. How about this? Null fields. Instead of the field name, let's just append the whole field, huh? Chatfield. Let's do that. And then let's just break here. I don't know what code I want. Run. Is that even syntax? Is that okay? So now we've got, yep. So now we've got these null fields as a list of chat fields. Starter, nope. That's no good. Conf fields. That's the point. Yep. So if we do, so conf field sub 0, right? So if we do like, you know, f, so that'll be, let's say field, oh, description, specs cast value. What is that type? It should be in here somewhere. Wishes to be served. Specs cast value. It's got to be a name. Oh, then, oh, dear, the name is. But I'm appending a chat field, right? Yeah, the name is not in here. Okay. We're just getting gnarlier and gnarlier code. That's fine. So instead of that, let's put in the field name again. Kind of annoying. I'm going to have to go dig it back out of this object in a second. It's kind of annoying, but that's okay. I'm going to move forward. So, conf fields is a list of names. Yeah. So if I say just fx for field in so this is field name, right? For field name in conf fields. Okay. So that's the field name, but the point is we want chat. What do we want? Interview. Nope. We want interview dot underscore chat field sub fields sub field name. Cool. Yes, we do. So that's the chat field part. So let's just say hyphen, oh dear, the field name, and we colon, what, description, specifications. That's fine. Hint, fine, and the value, right? Right, it has no value for sure. So just description is the point, right? That's it. Yep. And then we could do like this. Something like that, right? Yep. Mandatory argument. Oops. Okay. So let's get this array here of code. Whoop, come here. Okay. So now what? If there are confidential fields, then the fields prompt equals all of this. Yep. So it's a big list of them. We can do this. Yep. That's fine. And then the null fields kind of get the same thing. The fields prompt can add the null fields in. That's fine. Okay, I think that's kind of close. Let's just pause here and see if it produced it all. I'm not even sure if this prompt is really going to help significantly. It's going to depend on the language model. Yep, okay. let's print it out. So what is this prompt now? Print, what is that? Fields prompt. Oh, wait, we must now. Oh, yeah, fields prompt, right? Hurry, mandatory argument. Starter, not needed. You must pass null. Right, which is to be served up quickly. Yep. Okay. Not needed. Pass null. Cool. Pass null. Not needed. Pass null. Okay. Cool. That's that prompt. There's the system message. Let's see if it works. And if it doesn't work, we're checking GPT-5. You know, it worked super well previously. So that means this is a different kind of problem. Wonderful. We're in an infinite loop. We're in an infinite loop. We are in an infinite loop. It did not work. Okay. What does the trace say? Okay. In the trace, this one update was called. Oh my God. Oh God. It's just directly. Okay, again, it's just disobeying me. I wonder if I can just upgrade to GPT-5 and it'll work. You must now update and populate all not yet defined confidential fields. The way to make it work would be to force the LLM to bind in. Let's see if I could quickly do that, huh? Do you see this LLM here? This LLM with update? I mean, the thing is, all that's doing is this with this update wrapper. And that flags this tool, you know? And that's the update tool args. So I could try to steal that. Let's say update tool args. And the update tool args has a schema. Let's try this. Figure out if there's any undefined confidential fields. Let's try this, huh? Return self.digest confidential. Yeah, exactly. Else return. Yeah, exactly. And then def. No. Digest confidential. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Let's see. Right. Go through the confidential fields. Oh, I see. You know what we could do? If there's confidential fields. Yeah, let's try this. Figure out if there are any first digest confidential fields, then digest the conclude fields. Yep. So we'll just loop through. That's fine. If it's not conclude and it is confidential and it has no value, first digest undefined confidential fields, then digest the conclude, right? So, and it has no value. That's how we return self.digest confidential. State, no. No, just state. We'll just do it again. Otherwise, we're going to return digest conclude. And that's it. Uh-huh. Yep. So that's how that's going to work. Self.digest confidential. Why doesn't that work? Digest confidential state. Don't want any fields. Don't want any null fields. We'll do it again. All right. Yep. Do like that. Do like that. Digest confidential. Right. Okay. So I got to get that code back, basically. That's fine. Let me just steal that code back. Okay. So then yeah, the fields prompt, let's do that. Fields prompt equals empty string, or empty list. Okay. So we loop through, it's like this. Field prompt equals F, right? Exactly. And then fields prompt dot append. Yep. So is that it? The LLM? Don't care. So these are mandatory, right? Append them in. We'll do that, I guess, huh? So if it has a value, let's see. It goes in there. Oh yeah, we're only referencing. That's the point. Okay, good. So the fields prompt gets each of these values. It's going to be mandatory. That's the point. I'm going to tell the LLM it's mandatory, right? So then got to bind a new one. So here's my prompt, right? Nope. Description, fine. Yep. So null fields don't need. And then here's the system message. So you must now update and populate the not yet defined confidential fields listed below to remind you. Use the update tool call to indicate there's no relevant information for the fields. Right? That's it. Done. What is this? Confidential fields needed. I'll try that. And that's the prompt, is it? Force doing the conclude fields. Okay, so that's the different method. So let's do that. So we're going to digest confidential. Let's go get some code. Digest confidential. There we go. Okay. Digest confidential. This is digest. That's digest confidential. This is digest conclude. That's how that works. Conclude. Okay, perfect. And then this else is wrong. Stuff like that. Yep, for sure. Okay, that's getting closer. So let's go back to the digest. Give me some space here. It's crazy. Come here. Oh, hello, people are chatting. 12:42. 20 minutes ago, someone asked what we're building. I'm building an open source AI, AI package. Eventually, both in Python and in JavaScript, Python and TypeScript, to use if you have an API key for an LLM. You can make it chat with you. You can make it chat with any user for the purpose of collecting information. So as a developer, you just say, here's the information I want, and then it will just go on and chat and populate all of that information in your data object. That's the goal. That's Chatfield. Okay. So, and at the moment, I'm deeply in the middle of changing this graph shape and logic of the line graph part. Okay, so if we're digesting confidentials, here's the prompt. If it's not a conclude and it is confidential and it hasn't got a value, it needs it. Yeah. Do like this. Pin that in. Okay. So we're going to list to the LLM. Here are the fields. Now, my experiment, my trick is to rebind right now. That's the point. You must now update and populate. So it must call it, you know. So there's the system message. All messages, LLM response, new messages. Let's see about that. Oh, maybe what it could do is say, well, let me just return the system message. No. I could maybe respond this. That's how that will work. Let's do that. And we'll move this back under digest. Yeah. Oh, no, that's no good because this is doing an early return. So I'll just let this, I'll just let it be a little not dry. Line graph wants only net new. So there's the new messages, there's the system message and the LLM response, and off we go. So that's perfect. So the next thing is binding. So here's the point, right? This LLM. I got to bind this better. LLM with update. That's the point. So it's this update wrapper. So it'll be like that, right? It'll say LLM like final, right? Wrapper, final. Yeah. Final, digest. Let's just say LLM equals self.lm.bind tools. And then it's going to be the confidential wrapper, let's say, right? Okay. Fields prompt. Join it up here, huh? There we go. Okay. There we go. So that's my LLM. So I'm hoping that by telling the LLM about mandatory fields, it will pass them all perfectly. But my tool detector won't notice that I've been cheeky, that I've bound a totally different wrapper. So this bind tools. Okay, so so the update wrapper. So the update wrapper. Let's try the conclude. Let's just take all this conclude tool name. Let's just take all that. Okay. So here's the confidential wrapper, right? So let's say this, right? So let's say build a special LM object bound to a special tool, which explicitly requires the proper arguments, basically. Right? That's the point. Okay. So the tool name is going to be, let's say, confidential, record confidential. And do we have this interview object? We have the interview object. Okay, so we're going to record the confidential information about that. Record key required confidential information about the information. But it's not quite that anymore, right? Record that some required confidential information has no relevant that record which confidential fields have record those those confidential fields which have no relevant information as yet, right? Something like that. Record those confidential fields about the self interview dot underscore name. Okay. record those confidential fields from the record those confidential fields about the interview, which have no relevant information from the interview dot underscore Bob role name. Yep. Thank you. Stop it. Right. Record those confidential fields about the interview which have no relevant information record those confidential about Bob role name. Okay. Which so far have no relevant information. That's the point. Close it. Done. Okay. So that'll be the description of the tool. Record those confidential fields about the interview from the Bob, which have no relevant information so far, right? Okay. So that's the description. So then here's the conclude tool args, right? Is it conclude? No. Let's call it like confidential tool, right? Tool args, we'll call that confidential tool args. There's a state, there's a tool call ID, and then here's the schema. So conclude arg schema, confidential arg schema. So then if I can get that schema defined, this will work. We're going to make a quick tool. It's going to be called confidential tool args. Whoa. Confidential tool args. Yep. We're going to make a wrapper. Confidential wrapper. It's going to run the tools just like always. And then we're going to bind it in. Confidential wrapper. Yes, it will. Stop it. That is dumb. Wrapper. Okay. So that's the LLM. And then hopefully it'll route. I don't need to make a new tool node, but just by having a new tool, by having only these tools bound in, I hope this works. So we're going to define a tool. It's going to have a name, right? There's the description. And there's the args. So the only thing is I need this confidential args schema, right? Args schema. So that's the point. The tool call or the conclude. And then here we go. This is another like min results, mac results. Whew. This is casting though. That's okay. Quote, field definition. Aha, that's a field definition. Here it is. And then that field definition goes in mandatory. Let me actually copy this. Okay, that should be it. So confidential args schema. So there's the tool name, there's the tool description. If I say, here's the field. So now we iterate through each field. Here. Let's do this. Field definition. Field definitions, right? That's fine. So then we got to move this code. Off we go. And it goes here. So we add to the prompt. And we also add to the, yikes. We also add to the, okay, I know what I want to do. So if it's this, continue. If it's not confidential, continue. If it has a value, continue, right? So then that lets me left shift all of this. Shift, shift, shift. Okay, off we go. Okay. So we iterate through. If it's a conclude, don't care. If it's not confidential, don't care. If it has a value, don't care. So then it goes into the, okay, this field, confidential field, must be marked null, right? Or NA. Let's say, okay. So there's the prompt. That's the easy part. And then here's the definition. There goes the field name. The doc is field metadata.get. Let's just do this, huh? Underscore doc equals what? Some chat field, right? Chat field sub disk, like that, I think. Should be that simple. And then we need all the casts and stuff. It's gotta have all the casts, yeah. Oh, that's lame. Okay, let's try this. How about this? Field definition equals self.make field definition for what? What is it gonna need? It needs the field name. It needs the chat field for sure. Let's try that. Def make field definition, right? Field name is a string, chat field, okay. So we can try that, field name. And then these cast definitions, right? And then you just return that. That's it, that's make field definition basically. Get that out of there. Whew, tool call. Stick it there. Okay, there's the make field definition. Oh, it is going to need that interview object, huh? Okay. Let's pull in the interview here. Right? Okay. Fine, pass it in. Make field definition. Pass in the interview. Then the field name, then the chat field. Okay, fine. And so then, who is conclude? What is this? Conclude arg schema. Here we go, mandatory argument. That's how, right. So then it goes like this. The field definition, it's like that. Field definitions, sub field name equals field definition. Yep. Mandatory. That's how that works. So then tighten up the prompt or connect the prompt tools. So then there's the description. It's going to be field definitions. Click. Stop it. It's that. It's going to be these field definitions. Right. Now, these field definitions are not totally done. Make field definition space. It's not totally done, right? These are always defined and returned by the LLM. I think only value should be, oh, right. Let's get rid of that. So the problem is I got to get my casts definitions. Those do need to be in there. So let's go get that. Casts. Oh, I think I was going to do it like this, right? Casts definitions equals self.make casts definitions. Yeah, exactly. Whatever. Just comment that out. Make casts definitions. Yes. Raise exception. Okay. Cool. So let's go do that. Casts definitions. Yes. Let's go see where that's set up. Let's just go steal this code, right? And then I can make this init can then start calling these cleaner helpers. This is perfectly good. So from the field metadata, for field name, we get the metadata. We get the chat field. So that's the chat field fields. Is it a conclude? Here's the casts. The casts definitions. Cast definitions. Cast definition. Cool. So here's where they're all done. There it is. Okay, primitive types. Yeah, that's super used. And then what is this? Casts. Yes. Okay, so I'm going to copy and paste this code, although I expect to remove it and call into it later, but that's okay. So that code basically. So if we go to our cast definitions, here it goes. 48. Okay. All right. So what do we need to pass in? What does it need? Does it need the interview object? Ooh, interview. It does not. It definitely needs that chat field. Right, field metadata. Chat field, like that. Okay, so there's that. Casts equals chat field subcasts. Do it like that for the cast name. Okay, primitives, fine. Title, cast info, choice, re.sub, wonderful. Cool. Cast type literal. Yep. Cast info null. Okay. So we're going to make that a field. The description is the cast prompt. Where'd that come from? There. Oh, okay. Oh, cool. Cast title. Wonderful. What's the cast title? There's no title? Oh, yeah. I think title wasn't useful. I remember. Okay. That's pretty nice. It doesn't really... So it adds it all to the cast definitions, and then it returns them. So let's just put that at the bottom. Done. Okay, so that's our casts. Let me just break here maybe. Okay, so now hopefully the cast definitions, make casts definitions will run. Aha, so I just need to pass in the, what is that? The chat field. It's just for one field. Yeah, exactly. It's just for one field. Yes. Yep. So I pass in this. That's the point. I think that's how that works. So we're going to say how it casts based on the chat field. The definition. Right. So the field definition has a name, a doc, a value, and also any other casts. Right. Basically that. That's how that works. So it's going to need a value and then any other casts, right? So that's how you make a field definition. A field definition. So make field definition. So there's, nope. There it is, make field definition. So my field's prompt, and then the field definition the field definition exists, and it's going to include casts inside of it. And so that's how all these fields, that's how these field definitions include the casts. We define a tool which receives these. There's a wrapper, just takes keyword args, passes it through, run tool, and then We bind it in with this new wrapper. Do I have a breaker here? I need to definitely just break right here, huh? Okay. And then we bind it in, and then here's the system message. It says you must do this. So that's the system message. It prints out the field's prompt, which is way up here. I don't know. Move it down. I don't know. No, I'll keep it. Put it back. Okay. And then it adds that to the message, and then it invokes. And the expectation is that's going to be a tool call, and that tool call specifies mandatory arguments for all confidential fields and no arguments for anything else. Woo, let's see if that works. There's no way that's going to work first try. There's no way. But it's going to be close. My browser's freaking out. Okay. Stop it. Stop it. Okay. Maybe I'll click off. I'm going to click off camera just for 10 minutes. Hey Siri. Oops. Hey Google, set a timer for 10 minutes. Hope that didn't trick. I'll click off just to relax a little. Okay. So, what, again, it's Zoom etiquette, Zoom professional standards. So just kind of pause my camera for a moment. Okay. What are we doing? Oh, oh, good. It compiled. So that's good. All right. We're going to get the interview object. So we're digesting confidential. Is that what's happened? We're routing to digest, and digest decided to do confidential. Oh, of course it did. Right. Okay, so good. So let's just do that. We got the interview object. We're digesting confidential. Thank you. Let's just step over a little bit. Continue. Let's just maybe break it here, right? Go. Okay. So now, step over, step over. Casts, definitions. Let's just step up. It's not throwing, is it? No. So let's step up. Okay. So there's my cast definitions. Let's see them. Yeah, totally. Oh, casts definitions. Right. It's just a dictionary. And we just want as bool. It returns Boolean, and then there's a field info, which says required true. Parse as Boolean. Wonderful. Wonderful. So then the field definition. How do I do it? Can I right click here? Where's that? No. Where the heck did it go? Not go to, run to. Huh? No. Why did that? Okay, whatever. Let's just return out if it doesn't crash. Yeah. So here's a field definition. And that's going to require, let's see. What is this? Digest confidential? Let's just keep stepping. It should break pretty soon. Yep. Okay, good. So there's the field's prompt. So that's perfect. So we already know that though. Here it is. Wonderful. So those are the fields. Tool name. Oh shoot, can't. Oh wow. Identical. Okay. Shouldn't matter though. It's all mandatory. So that's fine. Confidential. Wonderful. Confidential. Let's just keep going though. Keep going. So here's all the args. Right? So these, I'm not even going to read it. We bind though. Step over, step over, step over, step over. We bind. There's the system message. And then we're going to invoke with that bound one. So I'm going to let it run. Hey, no error. Not bad. Let's return out. Oh dear. Let's just press play. Let me open up the trace. This might have worked. This might have worked. Although I didn't see LLM found a valid field yet, so it hasn't routed. So let's just let it go. I think that's bad. I think that's bad. It's not. Right. So from digest confidential for a restaurant order, we route away and we route back to tools, but then tools didn't do anything. Route from digest. Okay. Route from digest. Aha. It tells us if there's a tool call. Let me just log that. Digest to tools. Okay. Yep. But it did route from digest and then it's back into the tools, but I don't understand. The tool node didn't seem to run. Let's just keep going. Return casts definitions. Oh, these are all our casts. Cool. Make field definition. Digest confidential. We're still digesting confidential, right? Because it didn't process or something, right? If I just press play. Yeah. Digest confidential. We're still looping. Yep. So let me stop it. So let's see what this has. All right. Good. Not bad. So having updated and then passing all the starters and everything, then we route to digest. That's correct. Digest tells OpenAI, all right, you have one tool available, which is to record confidential, which we fixed. That's a tool available. There's a human, there's a system prompt, there's you talked, the human said perfect. There's an AI up tool call. The tool said success. Perfect. So this ran. And that's the only output. And so then that's the output. So it definitely needs to go, to tools. And tools didn't do anything. Okay. Let's just set a debugger. Where was that? Make cast definition. Make field definition. Here it is. For digesting confidential. Oh, my tool wrapper. Let's put it right here, right? That should, if it bound the tools. Oh, and I bet there's more routing issues. No, I don't know. Maybe it has to do with the wrong arguments. With these. Oh, you know what? I could maybe make it past null. That's not a bad idea. The field definition. Make field definition. Create model, field name, doc. Right, if I do like this, with the casts, I wonder if I could make it So if it's conclude, we'll just totally skip it. If it's not confidential, right. If it's not confidential, let's just say or it exists, force the LM to pass null. Right? It's like this. So it'll be the field name. Let's just see if we can do this, huh? Underscore doc equals must pass null. Must be null. Let's just say, right? And then the value, and then that's not a thing. And then the value. There we go. Perfect. So it's a literal none. Okay, that's cool. Field name, doc, and it's literal none. Hey Siri, stop. Or I just said, hey Siri, stop, and Google stopped. Now wait a second. If I create a model, value is the only one. I wonder if this whole field definition might be, it's not a nested object anymore, right? I wonder if it'll work like this. You know, like null def equals literal none field title equals must be null. Description equals must be null. Right? Something like that. So that's the null definition, right? So then we don't even want this field definition we don't need, right? So we continue. Otherwise it's null. Let's not add the fields from. So yeah, field definitions. Let's just append it in it. Field name equals null def. Yep. And then we can just say else. And we do it like that. This confidential field must be marked NA. What? No. Oh, right. Force the LM to pass null for values we don't need. Something like that. All right, I'm going to force it to pass null. Okay. So if it's confidential or if it's known, we don't care. If it's not confidential or if it's let's say this. Let's just get it right. If it's confidential and it has no value, let's do that. Let's switch the logic. So if it's confidential and with no value, then it must be marked NA. Otherwise, we'll force a null. Okay, that's a little, it didn't change the logic, but it's a little easier to understand. We append the prompt. There's the definition, field definition, and then we stick it in, right? Do it like that, right? Field definition. Yep, it works like that. So we define it by field name. It goes in there. Okay. Cool. Let's see if that, so I forced it to pass in nulls, hopefully. And so by doing that, am I going to make it route to that tool properly? I'm not sure. I don't know for certain that this is even, okay, the casts seem to be fine. So let's go. All right, infinite loop, infinite loop, infinite loop. All right, God. Maybe that's good. That means a fix is likely to be, you know, broadly applicable. Okay. So there's update, totally called restaurant order. And then what is this? Okay, so it's that. Then there's another call for digest, and it's saying record confidential restaurant order, right? Okay. Uh-huh. And it did get called. Uh-huh. Update was a success, and then it says you must update hurry. And it says good. Null, 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 hurry. That's perfect. That's perfect. That is exactly what I wanted back. I don't know if this is required, but whatever. Main course dessert. So why? So that's awesome. And so from routing, yeah, exactly. We're in the tools call again. Route from digest. Digest ran, and it said you have to do that. And then it ran to a tools. Why are there no logs here? So the tools node had this input. Here's all the state. Oh, restaurant order is not a valid tool. Cool. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. So it's looking for its name. So I have to name it the same. Maybe if I name it the same, it'll complete tricking. The idea is to trick it to call the same tool. So maybe it's looking by the name. It must be update restaurant order or conclude restaurant order. Wonderful. Good. That was exactly what I was saying, is maybe this is a systematic error. So what that means is dot bind. When I do this dot bind, right? This confidential wrapper, it thinks this is record confidential. Oh yeah, I'm getting really cheeky. So, okay, this is working. This is getting advanced fast like usual. It quickly gets advanced. Rather than just having kind of one tool for anything I might need and letting it route and all of that, I'm kind of optimizing by saying, no, I'm making the LLM only, we're only discussing with the LLM the things we need. There won't be a lot of choices for it to choose from and these sorts of things. So record confidential restaurant order, record underscore confidential. It's going to be this. Build a special, make it call a compatible tool name. So instead of record underscore confidential, it's going to say update underscore. That's how that works. Yep. So close it, run it, click the tracer. So that was really good. That was awesome. So we're tracing, we're vegan. Is it an infinite loop or not? Yay! Ooh, that might have worked. Wow, let's see it. That might have worked. Question is, does it always work? Blah, blah, blah. Okay. Yeah, 3 seconds. So we call chat OpenAI. We say, you need to update the restaurant order. OpenAI says, yeah, I do. Here's the order. Then we call some tools to store it. Good. From that route, we decide, it's time to digest. In the digest, it says, you need to call update restaurant order again. Yes, but the definition is different. Perfect. I think I could experiment now with leaving these out, but that's okay. Perfect. null, null, null. So then there's a hurry. Whatever. And then these are required. So the LLM is going to say, okay, null, 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 hurry. Not bad. Okay, not bad. There's the bool. Good, good, good. Good, 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 good. And then the tools get that. Uh-huh. Now, I thought one thing though, right? Update underscore restaurant order. So this confidential wrapper doesn't seem to have run, right? Oh, maybe. Maybe because of the tool name, right? But the schema's in there. The new schema's in the confidential wrapper. But then it doesn't run. Okay. It doesn't run this wrapper. Let me just write that down. I think this wrapper never actually runs. The real update wrapper runs, but the LM does use the correct arguments in this code, right? Okay. So I believe this method never runs. Okay. But from binding this method with these args schema, I believe that this tool decorator put these args schemas somewhere in this confidential wrapper's metadata, if you like, or something. And then when the bind tools runs, it's pulled it back out. So I don't care. And then because it does it by name, it says we're going to update the restaurant order rather than, because it does it by name, the tool node runs something else instead. But because the arguments are compatible, the argument schema is, they're basically compatible, then it totally works. Wonderful. So we bind, we do it, and then it worked on the first try. It worked. There was no, the first time it did it, it said, good, no indication. So we're done there. Next, we run. Now what do we run? Is this conclude? Good. So we run conclude. So what's happened is update restaurant order succeeded. That's a call that did work. But now today, the only tools available to you are conclude. And then the system message says you must call conclude on a level of politeness, right? And then it did 95, right? So then what happened? So then it's going to say, well, that was been a success as well. And presumably there's no tools available. Yes, there are no tools available. Pardon me. It said good, success on the conclude data. And off you go with just a message. Thank you for your, that is perfect. That is perfect. And then tear down. Whoo, perfect. Tear down. There's a little, these could run in parallel, the conclude and all of that, but don't need to. Don't need to. Okay. So now what? System message. So we digested the confidential and we digested the hidden values. I kind of want to stop returning this none, huh? Warn return none. Probably should generate. Yeah, teardown actually. That's okay. Let's not work on teardown right this moment. I mean, what else is there? You want a garden salad. You want veggie pasta. You want fruit sorbet, no hurry, and politeness, right? So then I can change my politeness, right? So for example, I can say, let me like check it in. Let me check it in and play with politeness. Oh, am I still off camera? Oh yeah, it's been nice to relax. Okay, if I change my politeness, what am I doing? Okay. So a lot of work, a lot of stuff I don't want to document. That ID helper's slightly okay. Just throw that in. Oh, RE, hold on. Yes, I want RE. No. Yes. No. No, 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 no. Um. Whatever. All right, now what? Change logging. Oh, that's the only change to interview. So let's just check that in. Chatfield/interview. Reduce logging. Okay, good. So now only one file changed. So now, what do? Wait, import sys? Really? Why? Sys dot. We don't need to import sys. Who did that? Who did that? Okay. Shoo. Okay. Is conclude. Okay. Field doc string is conclude. Okay. Let's just say pretty much working. Whoo. A lot of, oh my gosh. Wow. Okay. That's kind of a lot of code. I wrote all that myself? Make field. Oh, I copied and pasted. Oh yeah, there's a bunch of non-dry. There's a bit of non-dry stuff in here still. I have copied and pasted code for sure, but that's okay. Let me think. Yeah, I don't know how to route to two nodes at the same time. I don't know how to fork off. Does the router just return a list of strings? That'd be cool. I don't know. Or maybe the digest node just has two. I don't know. So, whew, mostly pretty much working. LM powered conclusion, LM powered wrap up of confidential fields, and I always forget the word conclude fields, right? I gotta remember, it's like Back to the Future, to be concluded, right? Okay, that's pretty cool. Confidential fields basically works. So like so here's my point, right? If I let's just let's do this, right? Let's try this. Prefab inputs equals, let's do that. And then we'll say I am vegan, and then thank you so much. That is perfect. Okay. Right. And so then we'll do this, right? How do you do it? How do I pop something off there? Or unshift or whatever? What? Stop it, Python. A equals blah. Is it unshift? Pop? Just pop? That's fine. Foo, bar, made up pop. Foo, bar. Oh, it's the end. Okay, fine. And I think you can pop 0 is how that works. You pop 0. Let me just check. A dot pop 0 is going to be foo. And then it's going to have, yep, good. Okay, so we're going to pop those off. Oh, and then the only thing I wanted to check is empty list. So I'm going to throw No, can I return it? Blah. Nope. So it throws a type error. No, it throws an index error. Aw. Well, that's no good. Okay. So we do it like this then. User input equals prefab inputs dot pop 0. Exactly. If prefab inputs, else none. Like that. And then same thing down here, right? Oh, we'll do something else, right? We'll say if prefab inputs user input equals prefab inputs dot pop 0, right? And then we could kind of say like else, right? Something like that. Else try. That's okay. So then no more of that. So then we keep that. Right? All right, that's okay. Basically testing code. Uh-huh. Oh, you know, it'd be fun. Print u. Yes, exactly. Yes, exactly. Print it. As if I wrote it. Cool. So that means it should run the same, right? Oops. Let's run on a nice big screen, have some fun. Which Python? Okay. This is all working. I expect it's going to run well. So Python, restaurant order, right? Off we go. Nice big screen. Thank you. New conversation. I'm not going to bother tracing. Great. Wonderful. So this normal request. Oops, come here. Normal request here. So that's expedited. Oh, hurry. Yeah. Normal request. Guest is vegan. Oh. It's not saying guest is vegan. Oh, yeah. I think I never wrote the code to update that. I don't think. That's okay. Traits is okay. Thank you for dining with us. No. Note expedited request. Confidential field. And then like, what was it? Example confidential field, right? Hurry. Traits, that's fine. And then we can do like this. Example. Stop it. Come here. Example, what is that? Conclude field, right? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Totally. As percent. Exactly. Thank you. Right? Politeness level. Let's do this. Note, right? Something percent polite, right? That's the point. Okay. Let's see it. Go. I'm vegan. Thank you. Boom, boom, boom. Done. Okay. 1.0% polite. I love it. As a percent times 100. I don't know. I don't want to format it better than that. Okay. So that's going to say 100% polite now. Totally. So good. That's really good LLMing, and that's really good traits. Oh, the traits did stick because he's a vegan now, right? Didn't he say he was vegan? I don't remember. But by saying that he's vegan, he gets a recommendation. I say he, it's Bob is the diner really. Here's the diner says they're vegan, and then the server recommends the vegan options. Again, it's not a good vegan restaurant. There's only one vegan option per choice. But they all go in one round trip. By saying vegan, I have effectively made my order. In fact, it even asked, well, shall we just go with your vegans for everything? You know? And then I said, thank you so much. That's perfect. So then from this polite behavior of me, it's decided that I'm a 100% polite. So let's just test a couple things. So the one thing was, right, let's move these prefab inputs way to the top here. Yeah. Pardon me. So if I make them empty like this and I run the script, it should just ask me. I can prompt again. Whoops. User input. Oh, infinite loop. That's fine. Let's get rid of that. Okay, go. Okay. Since your first time here, I'm happy to help you with any questions. Yay. So I'll say, screw you. I'm vegan. Right? Thank you for letting me know. For a starter, boom. Would you like to start with a garden salad? Just shut up and give me all the vegan options, right? Yes. Exactly. Yes, 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 yes. Cool. I got a 10% on politeness score. Thank you. Yes, totally works. Totally works. Totally works. So by defining my data model, so as a developer, I just say, hey, I want a field in my data model called politeness. And the way it works is the level of politeness from the diner. I want you to conclude this at the end of the conversation, and I want you to give it to me as a percent. That's what I want as a developer. When the conversation is done, I want to know how polite the user's been as a real number between 0 and 1. Right? No problem. No problem. Ha! Impolite. Mm-hmm. We could do something like this, right? We could say like, level of politeness from the diner. 100% is 100. Level of politeness from the diner. Where below 30%. Below profanity is below 30%. Let's say not profanity. Let's do this. I don't want to write profanity on my YouTube page and make it kind of unprofessional. So we don't really need, we can say like level of politeness from the diner. And if they ever say the word like radish, but automatic 0 if they ever say the word Belgium, right? Belgium, like the Douglas Adams joke, or like the Douglas Adams book, right? If they ever say, but automatic 0 if they mention anything about Belgium, right? Boom. How about instead of 0%, how about you get a 23%? Right? 23%. So, great. So great. Have you got Belgian waffles? Belgian waffles sound delicious, but we don't have them in our menu. For dessert, yes. Cheesecake, please. right? So we stored an object, it stored a field. Woo! It's working. It's working. Totally. Totally. Okay. Then what? Now what? Would you like to start with an appetizer? For the main, salmon? Yeah, what's the appetizer? I forgot to write it down. Oh, yeah, Sir Digby Chicken Caesar, of course. Sir Digby? For apps and salmon. Okay, so I've asked politely. 23% politeness. Yes, it totally works. It totally works. Totally works. Oh my God. It works. It totally works. Okay. Yep. That's so funny. That's so powerful. That's so powerful. The point of all of this work is that developers can just write little strings to say what they want. That's been the whole philosophy. I just want to write little strings. I just want to write what I want. And that's exactly what's happening. So I say level of politeness, but automatic 23% if they mention anything about Belgium. And having been very polite, and especially, the server didn't say anything. I said Belgium, and they said, "Nah, sorry, we don't have Belgian waffles. We have cheesecake." So the waiter said nothing. And the technical reason for that is the LLM had never been aware that politeness is relevant ever, which is good. I don't trust these LLMs. I don't want to mention it. I don't trust them. I don't trust them. So the LLM is unaware that politeness is a factor. The reason it's unaware is politeness is a conclude field. Conclude fields are concluded at the end. If you like, they're computed fields, right? I kind of think of them as that, although they're far more powerful. You're just asking an LLM to summarize the conversation, of course. So, they could potentially, be, computed from anything is the point. So cool. Hurry, wish to be served quickly. Right. So hurry is confidential, it shows up. Now I have a small bug about the veganism, right? I feel like I have a small bug about the veganism. When he says I'm vegan, let's just do it real quick. When I say I'm vegan, right? If I say I'm vegan, heck yeah, I want all that. Yes. Look, nice markdown output. Thank you. I say great. Perfect. Thanks. Right. Okay, let's go read this trace. Uh-oh. Hurry. Uh-oh. Wait, why is it passing none? Okay, recursion. Thank you. Thank you, Landgraf. Good. Yep, thank you. What? Okay, let's go read the trace. That's okay. Click. What are we doing? So on turn 2, some goodness happened. We called API. Update was not called. Would you like to start? Okay, and then it calls interrupt. Yeah, of course. And so then the human says, the listen runs, right? And listen just like return the humans. So what's happening? Yay! Yeah, I thought so. Okay, so the listen, right, it returns again, or it runs again. Now we're thinking. We're thinking. Whoa, that's interesting. Okay, so it called update restaurant order actually twice. I wonder if that's I wonder if that's my bug. Uh-huh. So the AI calls twice. So then when we route, it sees is that a tool that's a that's going to evaluate true for a tool call, of course. Yep. So we're in tools. So it runs twice. So I should see three. Oh, I know exactly what I should see. It should say, hey, I got 2 keys. And then it should say, hey, I got 1 key. Yes. Got it. Got starter and main. Save it, save it. And then we're calling again. And it says I got 1 key. Dessert. And save it. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. So let's just go read that code. Do I have a bug? Where's the interviewer? Tool. Where is that? Come here. Tool. Do I have a bug? Let's get rid of that. We don't need that. We're tool experts now. We don't need. I'm actually somewhat. I would call myself like getting into intermediate, maybe 30% along the expert path, if it's sort of an S curve, if you imagine. So 30%, to infinity is my progress. But this is legit. I still don't understand. I mean, I sort of understand, but not like really, really deeply why I have to bind things to LangChain and then also set things up for LangGraph. I'm still finding it tedious at best, or confusing and broke. It's not broken, but it makes me break my code. Just difficult at worst. But I mean, we're building schemas. We're doing optional fields, mandatory fields, and I have achieved my goal today of this just in time tool schema definition right before the message goes out the door to the LLM. Not in the init function, in the other one, but I don't care. These are all defined just as the message is going out, like literally, microseconds, I guess, before the message is sent off the network, card, the Wi-Fi card. Actually, I'm on wired Ethernet, but microseconds before that message is sent out the network, it's computed on the basis of the current state, the current interview progress, state. Totally awesome. I knew as soon as I wrote this code, and as soon as I've noticed this in the init function a long time ago, I remember thinking, oh, this is wrong. It's definitely wrong. We're defining schemas. We're defining tools. These are going to be like globals now, unchangeable. They're going to be locked in. And I definitely learned today, I know exactly what to do. So I know exactly what to do. If you want to have really, really powerful, completely flexible control, meaning specifically to me, what you show to the LLM is like need to know only. I'm gonna turn my camera on just to like ramble. Whoops, let's kill that. Sorry. Oops, sorry. Okay. So I know what I'm trying to say. I am kind of learning LangGraph a bit. By no means expert at all, but in this one kind of path down the the knowledge graph. So the point is, here's my point. If you want this powerful tool calling, I'll call it, and powerful tool calling means two things. With the LLM, literally the only messages, the only tokens, the only words you're sending to the LLM are relevant and need to know. So in other words, optional fields are potentially not even part of the schema. In my case, there are some optional fields that I know have already been set. And so I tell the LLM, this field must be returned back null, please. You just return that null. And there's a reason for that. So that's what I mean on the LLM side for being powerful. If you want to give it as little room as possible to make a mistake, right? Which with GPT-4, it just did constantly with me. It would. I mean, it's amazing, but it was misbehaving. It was not behaving to my expectations. It's a $1 billion computer. I still love it, but it's fine. So then, that's one side of your control that you need. But then the second is it all just needs to be wired up and more or less convenient to run as a LangGraph application. That's the other side of it. And that seems sensible. I want really, because I don't trust these LLMs and they're expensive and all of this, I in many ways, latency, for example, and then also dollars. Because of all these reasons, I want control over the structured data in and out of that thing. And because I'm building a LangGraph application, I would like to make it idiomatic, intuitive LangGraph architecture, code and structure. So, but if you want that, what you must do is define your schemas. Let's see if I can find it. Conclude args schema. What you must do is define your schema. You can define this completely like ad hoc, last minute, but it must be compatible. It's going to be passed in as keyword arguments. Ultimately, your real code that's going to receive all this data, it's just going to get keyword arguments. So that's the trick. Is in LangGraph, you say, here's my, schema and everything. But with LangChain, you can define like, let's say more strict or like subset schemas, which they must remain compatible with the real code, the real schema of the real, tool in my example. But when you're calling the LLM, you can make a like more restrictive schema or a simpler or smaller or more focused schema or whatever you like to say. As long as two things happen, so the LLM is going to call that tool and pass all those values according to the schema. So that's got to be correct. And also it must be named the same thing. Where was that? That's where I had to do update underscore. Where was that? Here it is. No, not the conclude. Def digest. Yeah, digest confidential. It's here. It must be, there it is. Make it call, let me just rewrite this. The tool name must be one of those registered, I'll say. No, not with the LLM. Let me find it. Not with the LLM. Nope. Tools. Where is it in my init function? Field definition, update, conclude here. This thing, this tool node here. Yes. Tool node. That's the LangGraph node. So I import it and I reference it here. That's the only references in my entire file. Awesome. So I'll go back to my comment here. Build a special LLM object. Whoa, misspelling. Jeez, was all this my typos from being exhausted last night? Special. Build a special LLM object bound to a special tool. Everything's special. Why? Okay. The tool name must be one of those registered to the LangGraph tool node defined during initialization, right? Exactly. Okay. That's what I'm trying to say. So if your schema is wrong according to LangGraph, but compatible according to Python, and your tool name is the same in LangGraph and LangChain, then you can just do a cheeky bind. Where do we do that? Boom, cheeky bind. We're you know, this is you know, an ad hoc ephemeral little wrapper here. In fact, it never even executes because through not a mechanism, I don't know 100%, but 90+%, it routes or it calls the real handler and not this wrapper. Anyway, that real handler, they all run tool. All of these tool. This is I want to say this is a LangChain. This at tool decorator is LangChain, not LangGraph. Let me go confirm that. Tool. Yes, correct. Good. Totally. Yep. Totally. And that's a big thing I've had to teach myself on this project, is really being careful and really understanding the distinction and the relationship between LangGraph and LangChain, which is a bit of a disappointment. I was frankly hoping never to think about LangChain ever again for the rest of my life. I was basically ready to quit using it. However, this is awesome. I'm glad for where I am. I'm glad for my second relationship with LangChain. I don't love it yet, but it's empowered all of this. This is awesome. Whew. So that's the trick. If you override the name and you have a compatible schema, the LLM is going to call all that. The LLM is going to trust you. It's going to say, great, here's a function name and here's the parameters. And then it's all going to get routed. That's then LangChain's over. Now we're back to LangGraph pretty much. And it's going to route into your tool node. And it's going to pass keyword arguments according to the LLM's data that it passed. And you had better just handle that in the way, you know, I guess what I'm saying is the code that generates the cheeky schema had better be compatible with the code that processes that incoming data. And if you do, this totally works, which this works now. So where was I? Whoops. So why are we killing stuff? What am I doing? Recursion limit. Why? Oh yeah, was I still debugging? I don't remember why I solved it. I don't remember if I ever solved this. So these tools run. Oh, I should be able to see the state in my tracer. Yeah, I feel like they had indentation bugs for many days on Langsmith. I feel like it's better now, or maybe they just rolled. They weren't bugs, but they've rolled out improvements. I see some UI improvements that I like. Thank you, Langsmith team. Sung heroes. Okay. So, yeah. So we think. We called it. We passed in. Right, two of them. Oh yeah, I remember. I wanted to go check if this thing creates that success message. I should see two success messages, right? So if we run tools and now we're routing. Wait, is that not a bug though? I feel like that's a bug. I was just complimenting it. It might be a bug, but that's fine. So, oh, turn two. Oh, what's going on? Input. Wow, 3 US cents per run. That's no joke. Wait, that's just GPT-4? Okay. 4.1. Yes, yes, yes. User says perfect, thanks. Where's the outgoing state? That's the point. What are these turns? Why am I looking at turns? I want to see outgoing state. Let's look at this think node, right? So here's the input. AI calls to, and that's it. Okay, let's look at these tool calls. What's the input here? Yeah, the input is the two message objects. Oh, I think it's one message object with two calls in it. That's cool. I think that's what I'm seeing. I think that's what I'm seeing. Because in Python, you had to drill down real deep to get to these things. So I'm sure there's a space for, it can say like method name. That's really awesome. It's calling the same method twice. It's just straight up calling the same method twice, like if as it were in parallel. Okay, cool. So update runs, and then if we read digest, then let's see if they've all been synced in. So the incoming state to digest is, let's look at some fields, no cast, no specs. So dessert, fruit, hurry, null, main course, vet pasta, politeness, null. Start, is it alphabetical? D, H, H, L, yes it is. Starter, salad. So that's enough, but not done is what that is. So then what happens? So that's all been synced. The point is these tools have run, and despite having been called twice to sync some data, to update some state, or to do the needful, they've been called twice to store 3 data points, and everything's worked. So then here's 2 messages. I was hoping this was missing. I was hoping this would be my bug. So that one's done. That one's done. This is incoming. Yeah, this is incoming state to the digester. Now, there's a little bit of last message logic in my code, but I don't think that I have a bug with this. Maybe my code's only looking at the final message and somehow losing the penultimate object. Maybe, but I don't think. So then what is digest doing? It's going to pass with... Uh-oh. It's passing with an update available. Why is it doing that? Let's go read. So even though these 2 finished, look at that. It thinks confidential's missing. Good. Let's see if the tracer can tell me. Is confidential missing? Let's look at the incoming state, right? That's the whole point of this thing. System, what? Input, raw? Messages? Whoa. Wait, give it to me in JSON. Whoa. Here we are. Good. That's it. Only messages. Oh, hold on. Let's look at the digest node. Here we are. Here's the input. Yeah. Here's the input coming into the digest node. I thought I looked at this. Fields. We got cast, specs. Desserts is set. I did all this. Hurry is null. Main course is set. Politeness is null. Starter is set. Yeah. But it was asking for hurry. Perfect. No, that's correct. Hurry. Aha. The bug is digest told it you must now update. Right. And the AI said thank you. What a disobedient LLM. So, not yet defined competence. Yeah, I want to see hurry. But why an infinite loop then, right? Do I still have a bug? Let's keep looking. So it told it you must update and populate the not yet defined confidential fields with hurry. Use the update tool call. Yep, to indicate there is no relevant information for these fields, for the fields. And then as part of the, oh, and so then passing to chat OpenAI, here's the update. Starter must be null, main course must be null, dessert must be null, hurry must be populated, right? Value as bool, awesome. I feel like this is new. Oh no, the JSON's put in there. Okay, so it's required. So the required sub properties or whatever. Totally awesome. Here's all the conversation. The last thing. Yeah, yeah. The last thing that is in the input is a system message that says you must do this, and then it disobeys me. That's what's happening. So then the router is looping. It's gonna loop, and they're just fighting with each other, right? So now the router's gonna say, "Oh, interesting. I wonder if digest should loop back to itself." No, let's assume. So then we go to think, and so then think is gonna say, "Whoa, it actually got called now." Whoa, that's like reverse order. Digest should call and think should speak to the user. Oh my God. Wait, what's the schema here? Any of null? No, these are all legit. Mm-hmm. So it could call that tool, but it's gonna no op. These are gonna null out. There's no this means it's not passed. There's no way to null out a value right now. So update restaurant order, right? If you have allergies or special requests, let me know. Right. Confidential fields. I say you must update, and then it didn't do it, you know? Or I wonder if it's because these both worked. Maybe the prompt's just bad. Um, right. Interview, name. Right, you have successfully updated the fields. Right. Now you must perform one more update. I don't know. Now you must perform. Okay. I don't really want to fight with GPT-4. I don't know how much time I want to spend really trying to. The last time I switched model, oops, it totally worked. Oh my God, stop it. Okay. You have successfully gathered sufficient. Wait, no. Digest, conclude, no. Here. You have successfully updated the thing fields. Now you must perform one more follow-up update. Now before speaking to the user, now before messaging Bob, right? Exactly. Before messaging Bob again, right? You must now before messaging Bob again, you must perform one more follow-up update to populate to record, right? The not yet defined confidential fields listed below to remind you. Use the update tool call to indicate there is no relevant. Maybe this is actually we're getting into this, maybe like ignoring system prompts or something like that. Maybe that's what's happening with GPT-4 or whatever. Use the update tool call to indicate to record that there is no relevant information for the fields, right? So is that prompt just going to change it? Right. After a successful tool, exactly. Let's try that. All right. Cool. You have successfully updated. You have successfully recorded good blah data, right? Fields, let's call them fields. Now, before messaging Bob again, you must perform one more follow-up update to record the not yet defined confidential fields listed below to remind you. To record that there is no relevant information for the not yet defined confidential to remind you. Full stop. Use the update tool call to I'm going to just repeat that again. No forthcoming information for the fields, for these fields, right? After a successful tool call, you may then message Bob again, right? You may resume conversation with the Bob again. That's how that works. Okay, let's just see if that helps. And if it doesn't, I don't know if I want to go crazy on like promptimization. Okay, welcome. Okay. Oh yeah. I love Belgian waffles, right? Belgian waffles are delicious. Would you offer cheesecake, creamy chocolate mousse? Would you like to choose one of those? So what was that? Cheesecake. Oh, it was Sir Digby, right? Sir Digby? Salmon and mousse. Right? Cool. I don't know. It may have come from these. You see that now there's 3 fields. So that bug may be triggered from No, it might, but I don't think it is. Okay. Cool, Sir Digby Chicken Caesar. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Creamy chocolate mousse. Did not say hurry, and I mentioned Belgium, so I get a 23% politeness score. Normal request. So we could try like this, right? I could say like what? You know, I'm vegan, except I do want that mousse, please. It's horrible. Yes. Thanks, right? Would you like to go to garden salad? Wait, I said I'm vegan. Vegan friendly starters. This one isn't vegan. Okay, whatever. They could. That's fine. That's fine. Everything else, strict vegan, please. Right. Except chocolate mousse. Stupid. Off we go. So there's still 3 fields. Mm-hmm. Oh, we're in an infinite loop. Or are we? Yeah, look, it's passing none. Okay, thank you. So let's see this trace. What's up with this infinite loop? So let's look at turn 3. It listened. Uh-huh. I said what happened? Do audio check. I'm always audio problems. Turn 3. Yep. Okay. So then I say yes, thanks, and it says good. So it hasn't like logged it yet, but that's okay. I could kind of system prompt it to say, you know, like here, I could tell it, you know, always save it as soon as you can. Use tools. Use tools to record information and their related casts. As soon as you have the information, the required information, use tools to record information fields and their related casts, which are use tools to record information as you as soon as you encounter useful information, useful relevant information, relevant, applicable, right? Boom, boom. Do it like that. As soon as you encounter useful, the moment, right? As soon relevant information, immediately use tools to record information fields. In conversation, immediately use tools to record information fields. Okay. I don't know if that'll help. I don't know if I'm optimizing for GPT-4. So I'm trying to make it like sync, you know, I'm trying to make it flush. I'm trying to make it flush. Basically in English, I'm telling it to flush. Auto flush is kind of what I'm trying to say. Okay. Garden salad. Good. Good. Whoa. I'm a vegan, except I do want that mousse, please. So boom, boom. Oh, interesting. It stored the main course and the dessert. Creamy chocolate mousse. But it skipped my starter. Veggie pasta. Mm-hmm. Yes. So I said, please recommend them. Oh, I like misunderstood him. So that's my bug. So he said, here's some stuff, but it still doesn't explain the infinite loop. So he said garden salad or shrimp cocktail or whatever. So then I say, what do I say? What's my output from this new? Everything else strict vegan, please. So then we have to think. It should do a tool call. Does it? Yes, it does. Uh-huh. And this is the standard schema, of course, because we're just thinking. And then it okay, I don't love this, but okay. Mm-hmm. That's good though. That's fine. So it should update those values. So now that's enough, but not done in my system. So then, okay, tool call, we update it. And so then what happens the next call? So we're digesting now. So digest, let me guess. Oh, it's called. Okay. Update restaurant order. And what's the schema? Null, null, null. And then the real schema. Yes, thank you. Yes, thank you. So then what's the output? What does it do? Again. Oh, man. Why does it do that? That's not allowed, right? Look, my scheme. Oh, wait a second. Hurry. Yeah. Yeah. This is. Hold on. Can I see the whole thing as JSON or something? This is. Whoa. No, no, no. What? Yikes. No. Is this not a required field? It must be. Because it's not that any of thing. Dessert is null. Main course is starter, main course, and dessert are null. So one thing we could try this, right? What was that? It was like literal. I could just do a quick try. I don't know if it's helpful. Literal. Where was that literal field? No, not that. Here. Force the LM to pass null. So you could do kind of like this. Field definition. Let's just disable it. And then you could do if field definition, right? Yeah. All right. So that's, so each loop through. Mm-hmm. Wait, why does this have a, oh, I see. Whoa, base class. Okay. Okay. And that doesn't. Literal none, pass none. So now I'm saying literally you don't even have to pass it. But the other one, make field definition, right? Def make field definition. Create model. Oh, let me go check my code, right? Let's check create model there. Model, create model says Pydantic, create model. So here's this one, right? Field name and the cast. So there's the field definition. No, look, it just goes straight in, mandatory. Yeah, it goes right in there. It's exactly like that. Yep. Totally required. So then, yeah. So if I look at my field definition, what is this? Chatfield. Confidential, content field, Mr. Marking A. Force the LLM to pass null. Yep. So we'll just, So we'll set it to none. All right, we just quickly try. I don't think that's fundamentally improving things. Okay. Please give me everything vegan with one exception, which is chocolate the mousse. Right? Mm-hmm. Okay. It returned hurry. Weird. So that means digest. So we go from tools to digest. We do a conclude, and that's going to do politeness. 85. Uh-huh. So politeness sticks. Yep. Salad, pasta, and mousse. Uh-huh. No hurry. Let me just say I'm vegan. Uh-huh. Yes, please. All right. That's a typo. It should be fine. Yep. 95% polite. 4 fields. So that's no good, right? Why is it passing that in a hurry now all of a sudden? Okay, well, one thing I can do is just go restore my messages exactly. Boop. If I do that, it should run exactly the messages I've always been doing. Yeah, 3 fields. Perfect. Perfect. So there's the infinite loop. Good, I triggered it. And it should crash. Come on. Thank you. Trace. So it stored 3 fields. Good. Let's see what happened. So it stored 3 fields. It called the update. And what it did is it stored, yeah, here's the 3. Update runs. Let's go back to chat GPT. Uh-huh. Oh, I see what's happening. So this tool is available. This is bad news. This tool is available with a simple schema. And it's just no, that's totally right. That's totally right. I'm wrong. I'm wrong that something bad happened. Okay. You have successfully recorded a good run. Before messaging the diner, you must perform one more follow-up update. So we do hurry. So that's good. We store hurry. So now we're digesting. So this call, hopefully this digest call should be on conclude fields only. Good. Okay, validation errors. That's fine. Update restaurant. That's no good. No. This should be concluding. What's the message that it says? Wait, chat. Output. System. Before messaging diner again, you must perform one more follow-up. No. Output. No, we need to have... Where's my successful tool call? Wait, so when digest runs, what's the state? Let's look at that validation error. Oh, maybe? Hurry. Really? Hurry. Maybe it really did. Seems like it passed it fine. Update restaurant order. Oh, look. So this is the ID. Okay, so this tool call failed. That's what I was explaining then. So why? No. Missing. Hurry value equals. Right. Okay. It threw an exception. That's what went wrong. Okay. Field required, right? Where can I find that? Field required. Uh-huh. Let's try that. Let's try that. Lib Python, right? Yep. Let's just try that. Off we go. No match? All right. Where did it say that? What was that? Pydantic? It may not be a simple string. This error message may be built somehow. Okay. So maybe that's why it had to be null. Man, this is so perfect. Something else, let's see. So if it's pydantic, it's going to be one of these create model objects. Come here. And in fact, it's going to be either, I think it's the real one, the original one. That's the point. So when digest runs, it calls ChatGPT. It says, here's your schema. And then ChatGPT responds with that. Oh, look, it failed again. Okay. That's the infinite loop. So validation errors. Update tool args. Oh, cool. It's in my, okay, wonderful. Update tool args. So this is the only place in the entire code where this is a thing. So it's the tool args schema. All tool arg schemas are optional. I wonder if it still needs it to be past none. I guess it does. I wish it would tell me. For further, yeah, I wish it would tell me 3 validation errors. Oh, 3 errors. And don't I have like, what is that? In these tool args, it's just everything except conclude, right? So if there's 3 errors, it's probably not this one. I did, the LLM passed hurry. So I bet it's saying, hey, dessert, main course, and starter are all missing. So by making them optional, or by making them optional and pydantic, they are not, they must be null. They're not optional. You must pass null, is my understanding at the moment, unless I can do a better field definition or a better wrapper or something for this tool called args schema. You know, like also. I don't know. Do it. Woo, what? No. No. Woo. No. What? Default equals none? Field default equals none? No. Tool calls. So I did make it optional. No. These fields are inside. Nope. Create model. Okay, they're mandatory. And these optional ones. So let's go. Okay, so that's a little bit more legit. That's like pydantic not doing it, and I was getting a little cheeky. So let me bring back those nulls, right? Where was that? Where were those nulls? Conclude, digest. Yeah, def digest. It was here somewhere, right? Here. Yeah. Like that. Like that. So bring it back. Will not. Right. Force the element to pass null values. Right. Okay. It's no better. I feel like it just violates. It just violates things differently. Okay, so let's see. VA and vegan. 3 fields. Okay. Well, I said it's no better, but it worked. So let's see the trace. There still might be infinite loops. That's okay. Cool. Line graph. Starter. Oh, starter, main, dessert, and then hurry. Do not inquire about the... Wonderful. Your main course, veggie, is a great vegan option. Yes. Yes. 1, 2, 3. And then it says success. Yep. And then the system prompt tells it, you must record hurry. And it does. It passed all nulls. So this is perfect. You know? This is perfect. Let's see. Where is that? Digest here? Yeah. Here. Here. Must be null. Must be null. Must be null. Right? I mean, we could explain ourselves a little bit, right? Must be null. Already known. Must be null. Description. Or, yeah. Be null. Because already... Exactly. So the title will be, field will be null. And the description will be null. Yeah, thank you. So now what? So literal, so it's got to be none. It's got to be the literal none. The field title, it says must be null. The description is must be null. Perfect. Must be null because, right. Okay. Good. So then, must be null, must be null, must be null. So it said, okay. And then hurry has all these requirements. I could swear GPT-4 like just passed a null in earlier. So then with all of that, it said, yeah, null, 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 hurry value. Great. This could change to potentially be a different, tool, but let's not do that now. Next, it updates. And so now we're doing conclude fields. Yes. Yep. And so it says, okay, we got that. Now, so it goes system, tool, response, system, tool, response, right? In this case, 3 times because it all landed in one trip, in one order, one statement. So it says, human says that's perfect. So the AI stores it. And once it's stored, the system says, figure out the rest. Done. Success. Then it says conclude. Done. Okay, and that's it. And so then next it runs the conclude. And so then we should be like done, right? So what is this thing doing? Is it just wrapping up? Wonderful. I have your order as follows, right? And then tear down, right? Tear down. Okay. Totally works. Totally works. So let's just try again. Just let it run exactly as is. 3 fields. Yep. Yep. So if I go back, let's just give me my, the top of the file, my prefab inputs. Let's just blank them out again. And if I say, oh, you know what I want to do? I'm in the mood to change Alice. Server.trait speaks in limericks. Yeah. Off we go. Okay, welcome, dear guest, our place. Okay, for mains we have options as savory crew, salmon, pasta, beef, or chicken for you. Okay, what do I want? Salmon and moose Salmon and moose. I hate you. You are dumb, right? Everything else I want vegan. You jerk. Right. Done. Done. Wrap it up. Wrap it up. Conclude that I'm rude. Uh-oh. What is this? Uh-oh. Is it looping? See? It's passing this none in. So maybe just GPT-4 doesn't. Let's just click over to another model. What are all these dang models? Let's do that. Come on. OpenAI :GPT. Let's just search for that real quick. This is the LangChain IDs, right? No. Let's just put that in. Yeah. What are the dang models? Ooh, we could just try Anthropic real quick. Oh, I don't know if my API key's in the environment variables. Let's just do that later. Claude, wait, where are we? OpenAI. GPT-41. OpenAI docs. Where is all the models? Chat OpenAI. All right. GPT-4. Here we go. Wait, nope. GPT-4o. GPT-4.1. Where does it tell me? GPT-4.1 mini. Okay. Support predicted outputs. GPT-4o. Just try 4o real quick. For like that. Okay. Let's just run. How does GPT-4o do? Limericks. You suck, right? I hate you. I wish you weren't serving me, right? Okay. Next. Vegan everything, please. I'm not going to say please. I said vegan everything. Don't ask questions, right? Right. Sweet. It did it. Nice. Okay. All right, I'm not working on that bug anymore. Whew. I'm not working on that bug. Look. It crushed it. It crushed it. Yep. Yeah. Okay, we'll stick with this model for a second. Okay. 3 fields. And then got a tool call with 1 field. Yep. And then we digest. And then we got a tool call with politeness. 10%. Awesome. Awesome. Sir Digby. Sir Digby. Yep. Everything else, vegan. Final answer. All right, whatever. Cool. 50%. Is it okay? I'm in a huge hurry. I'm in a huge rush. Chicken is my favorite. Chicken Parmesan. Starter and dessert. Chicken. Sir. What is it? Sir Chicken Caesar? Chicken Caesar. And then what is that? Just surprise me. Okay. And when it's an expedited request. Cool. The only thing is a little vegan bug. I'm definitely in the mood to take a break. There's a little vegan bug. or a trait bug. I think the like we're losing the diner was in a rush but polite. Yep, 75%. Awesome. Expedited request. I'm in a huge rush. Basically works. So I love it. What's changed? Just any real code? Oh yeah, changing models and stuff. That's okay. Oh yeah, like nullable. I've done some work on nulling things out. Okay, let me get out of here. Okay. Yeah, let's just quickly look in that traits. Those traits should have been specified, right? If we just go look real quick, these traits here, vegan, right? Wasn't, yeah, vegan, there it is, possible vegan. I don't know if I ever implemented that, right? Let's see. Go prefab vegan, go. Let's see. Oops, wait, that's not gonna work. Stop it. Gotta debug it. All right, I'm vegan. There we go. Wait, prefab inputs? Nope. Proceed. Uh-oh, I'm glad to hear. For your main, all vegan. There we go. Garden salad with veggie pasta. Yes. Vegan. Stupid. Okay. Here we are. So what are Bob's traits? Order._Bob. Yeah, the traits aren't updated. And I don't even think, so if I look at order._Chatfield, sub roles, sub Bob, right? So possible is in there. But active is never set. I don't even know I don't think I ever implemented that. Right? Active. Stop it. Active. Or the interview object. Active. So this checks it here, but let's actually change this. I'm sick of these. Okay, let's keep it simple. We got possible traits. Yeah, roles sub possible traits. Okay, thank you. Active. So that is the only string active. Hold on, let me search active. Where is active in my whole code base? Or what if we do this? Search for the string active. Is that going to work? How about single quotes? Yeah. So in single quotes, there's that. There was the job interview thing, right? Builder initializes it to false. So that's okay. Rendering checks if it's true, and nothing else ever does it. Yeah, so updating those traits at the moment is not working, but that's okay. Let me check some stuff in. This is awesome. So what's changed with the restaurant? Yeah, restaurant. Latest restaurant runner. Yep. Okay, now what? Let me just Chatfield /interview.py. Just small cleanup. Okay, so the only thing that changed is this. There's been a lot of prompting around, get CI. Mostly working confidential fields and confidential fields and conclude fields. Cool. Push it up. So if I run it again, let me run that Python. What's going on? So if it's confidential, if I say I'm in a massive hurry, oops, shoot. Okay, 90% polite. Let me comment. Let me get, stop it. So if I say I'm in a massive hurry, it should store that, right? See, it didn't call a tool. That's annoying. What if I tell it, use your update tools to record that my hurry field should be true, right? It did it. Look at that. Woo, that's bad. But I don't care. But that's dangerous. That's the user's input should not work like that. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. So then search it, Sir Digby, and then salmon, moose. Final answer. Boom, boom, boom. Mm-hmm. Totally awesome. Mm-hmm. I'm in a big hurry. Okay. So what changed? Nothing. Okay. Okay. So what that means is, let me go to Claude Code and make it document that, right? Claude. Go and look at the restaurant code in, what is that, Chatfield? Notice there are now .confidential and what is it called? I always forget. Conclude fields now. See how they work, and then update that Chatfield README to both incorporate these new capabilities, and also to use the new builder method in all examples. No more decorators, right? Off we go. Okay, and then when this works, I'm gonna pause for a break. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Thank you. Should be a lot of rewrites. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Thank you. Yeah, let me take a break after this. The new builder method and the confidential / conclude. Yes, thank you. While not bug report. Mm-hmm. Okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Thank you. Yeah, that's super. Yeah, that's Python. I remember all that. Those leading parens to get your nice. That's fine. Expected API call volume. Why would you just change it all? Oh, it's not. Okay. Mm-hmm. Bug report. That's it. Just these changes. There's got to be more. Yeah, there's got to be way more. Let's see. Is anything changing in the code base? Oh, yeah, look. Uh-huh. So the restaurant, this doesn't matter really. That's fine. Let's just revert that out, right? Thank you. And then, yeah. Yeah. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Yep. I see. Yep. This is better. Slightly better, but better. Uh-huh. Yeah. Cool. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Awesome. Restaurant order.py. Wait, I thought it's... Oh, wait, no, I have syntax errors. What are my syntax errors? Oh, yeah, Chatfield. So they don't like me calling Chatfield, huh? They don't like me calling Chatfield. And they don't like that. Oh, yeah, it has problems with just all imports. Let's get it rocking. Mm-hmm. Yes, exactly. Yeah, it's doing a lot. Good, good, good. It's just a README, right? Want to check it in and read it on the website. That's my favorite. Check it in and read it in GitHub. Transform the data. Right. Mm-hmm. So here's my new system. Mm-hmm. .go with the user input. Print it. Get the input. Mm-hmm. 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 Pip install dot? That's ridiculous. That's stupid. Where'd that come from? Yeah, you do. It definitely worked though. This thing to make it, this is an example of paying your dues. The requirement that I have to serialize my object. I mean, I think it worked because what it did then is it said, well, I got to put everything important has to go in this just basic Python dictionary, that underscore Chatfield object. And so then changing to this whole new syntax wasn't too bad because it's just, well, what syntax, what functions and methods here would just generate that same dictionary. It's very straightforward. Good, we're done. Stop it. Yeah, API, let's say. I'll push it up and let's go see it. Here we are. Refresh. Mm-hmm. Yeah, good. Okay. A bug report is a chat field. .type, .description. There's steps to reproduce what was expected. And then to conduct the interview, we do something like that. Installation pip install dot, right? That's dumb, but whatever. API key request. Adding validation, right? Type transformations. Convert freeform responses into structured data. Project estimate. Mm-hmm. Team size. As int. Yep. Must be between 1 and 50. Confidence. Yep. Need design resources. Totally. Mm-hmm. Advanced transformations. Yeah. Yes. Yes. As set. As bool dot even. True if it is even. As bool dot critical. Yeah, exactly. Mm-hmm. Thank you. It's true if it's an even number of users. Yeah, exactly. Uh-huh. Yep, exactly. totally 200. Yep. This is neat. Control how many options can be selected. Yep, totally. One selection as one. Priority level if known, right? Exactly. This is basically explaining how it all works. Front end, back end. Persona, yes indeed. Your traits. Type and trait. I don't really explain the difference between type and trait, but whatever. Traits can be dynamically activated based on user responses. Trait.possible, thank you. Right. If the user mentions being vegan, the vegan trait activates and AI adapts its suggestions accordingly. Yes, it does. Sort of. It's half true. Confidential and conclude fields. Confidential field tracks silently during the conversation without being directly asked. Yes, they are. Confidential. That's not our good example. Let me update it. Oops. One quick update. Great. Quick updates to the room. Right. For the job. Is more of a conclude kind of thing. I'd say, how about what would we track something confidentially that we want to know if they mention, but we wouldn't want to ask them? Oh, how about mentoring? So the interviewer will not ask, but will remember if the applicant says so. Whoops. Okay. What else? Confidential fields. Right. Conclude fields are evaluated only after all other fields are collected. They're automatically confidential. Yeah, they are. Let's not put overall fit. Jeez. Hold on. Stop. More. Oh no. More changes. For conclude, remove overall fit and hiring recommendation. Put the communication skill in there and make the example prompt clarify and make the example prompt tell the system to evaluate the entire conversation. Right? What else? Okay, so that's conclude. I don't want final recommendations. This tool is not for deciding whether to hire people. This tool is for turning conversation into structured data. Okay, so that's a terrible example. Overall fit. Also bad. Okay. Combining all features. Unique value, ready, enthusiasm, viability, right? Awesome. Awesome, awesome. Oh, cool. Big reference. Okay, let's make it do all that. I'm ready to stop. This is totally crazy. Trying to make this. Yeah. Thank you. Yes, exactly. Yes, exactly. Mentoring. Thank you. Yeah, get that out of here. Overall fit. This thing is not. Okay, thank you. Latest readme. Just push. Just force it up. Don't care. Okay, so that's the new one. Let's refresh. Cool. So now let's enjoy. Awesome. Adding validation, type transformations. Yeah, advanced transformations. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. If the user said 200. Mm-hmm. As int, as lang, as bool, as string uppercase, as a set of factors. So awesome. I love my factorization. Choice cardinality. Personas, yes. Dynamic traits, yes-ish. Confidential fields. Mentoring, has mentoring experience. Noted if mentioned, not directly asked. Totally. Totally. Like mentions, you know, like a, you know, you know, if they meant, yeah, red flags, right? We could do that. Yeah, let's keep it mentoring fine. Conclude fields. Evaluate the entire conversation for a technical aptitude. Communication evaluated at the end based on entire conversation. Yes, it is. Mm-hmm. And a complex example, product launch, clear value prop. Mm-hmm. Bob, product manager. Yep. Cool. Mm-hmm. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Okay, that's awesome. So what that means is, so there's a little, like, validation is not complete. I think there's a couple other things that's not quite like 1.0, or but it's definitely ready to be pushing, to be just making Claude Code build this in TypeScript next. I think it's basic. Oh, I know exactly what I'm doing. Let me start the way I've been doing it. Let me just like check in a message to myself, basically. What is this? Stop it. Stop it. Close some files. So if I just go to like my readme or whatever, doesn't even matter. I'll just put it right here. It doesn't matter. So uh the next thing to do is this way. No, no, no. The thing to do with all of this working, and just get it, just for the next step, is the JavaScript. So basically get all the tests working again. Everything should be working. It should all be restored. And then with that, so this is both Claude Code. Make Claude Code rewrite into TypeScript. That's the point. Okay. So that's the next step. So I won't check that in. That'll just be my message to myself. That'll just be my message to myself. That's the next steps, because all of this totally works. Let's just enjoy. So we got restaurant. There's another one. I never run it in a long time though. Job interview. I don't even know if it's still compatible. Oh, look, it is. Tell me about your relevant experience. So what's that code? What's the job interview? So what do they want to know? Oh my God. They want to know experience and have mentored. I have extensive experience mentoring colleagues, right? That's great to hear. Share some specific examples. So preparedness. Oh, there's no values concerns or anything. Experience. That's confidential. And that's conclusion. We poured concrete, right? Could you share some? Oh, it was a virtual, right. We built a virtual, a VR platform to pour concrete as an e-game, e-sport, right? Off we go. Thank you for sharing. Could you also tell me more about any other? That's it. Come on, wrap up. We're done. We're done. Good. Oh, it didn't print out the pretty print, but it worked. So that totally worked. So the point is, I mean, I haven't read this code, but more or less just from this, that entire conversation fell out of this data definition. That's the point. It's working. And preparedness, did it print anything out? The candidate, a new perspective. However, they did not provide additional examples. Yeah. Has mentored others? Yes. And experience shared? Yes. So that works. The food stuff works. Conclude fields and confidential fields works. That was like a 2-day, basically, cost, like setback, or if you like. And again, I'm enjoying meandering and stopping and smelling the flowers and doing things not like I would typically do it with a a cadence and a backlog and issue tracker and milestones and things like that. So this is super awesome. I'm really happy with my confidential fields and my conclusion fields. So that's the next step. Get the test suite. Get the test suite all back working again. Everything works, more or less. Restaurant, like everything works. So get it all working in the test suite. And then with that done, basically tell Claude Code, I don't want to implement validation. I think it'd be interesting to get it in TypeScript and then for the first time, see what it's like to build a feature in one language and then make Claude Code like copy it over. The idea is just make Claude Code copy and maintain synchronization between the two code bases. That's the idea. I think that's extremely possible because a lot of it's going to be quite similar and only superficially different in the different languages. A lot of the core logic and stuff. So that's the plan, and then we'll have both TypeScript and Python. And then if that's done with TypeScript working, I can choose either start implementing something like the validation. It's very close. Or another thing that's kind of missing is what if they change their mind, or specifically what if they say, oh, I didn't mean that, sorry. How do you null out a field again once it's been populated? Small stuff like that. And then the kind of system level thing is, okay, TypeScript, but how about browser as well? And that'll bring in some kind of, what about API keys and things like this? So I think that'll be an interesting challenge. But that's the goal, is this if someone's building, I want my audience to be anyone building any AI, LLM, kind of software, and they're building the they're building the UI, but they just want a little package that can just collect information without having to write all the code that I wrote, put all this work in that I wrote. And in particular, if you're going to change your mind or dynamically compute these objects, there's a massive advantage. What I mean is, from day to day, if during the development process we're changing our data model, we're changing what we want to know, that's great. That's a one line of code change. That's awesome. Or if literally like millisecond by millisecond, different circumstances make the computer generate these data objects or data schemas. Both of those are 100% the use case. So I'm extremely happy. Super happy. Let me log out. I think we're good for now. Gonna log out. Thank you. If it's Zoom etiquette, you gotta say thank you. Awesome.